endless loneliness. Temptation heat beats like a drum deep in your veins. I will not love, little sister. Come to your brother. Unchain me, sister. Love is with your brother. My Shangri-La, I can't forget why you were mine. I need you now. Cry, little sister. Come to your brother. Unchain me, sister. Love is with your brother. Cry, little sister. Come to your brother. Unchain me, sister. Love is with your brother. Cry, sister.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders, welcome out to another episode of What's Your Question? My name is Logan. I'm going to be your host for the entire time we're going to spend here together. Me, myself, and I, and my representative, whatever's controlling me. I'm going to be channeling some information tonight. Wanted to switch it up. This kind of came to me. Today being Thursday, Thor, Jupiter, Zeus being the reason why I like all this vampire stuff. This is an episode tied to vampirism, which is tied to Zeus. And that song off of the Lost Boys soundtrack, Cry Little Sister, amazing tune. 1987, that movie came out with Kiefer Sutherland, man. It's a cult classic. It completely crushed the box office. I think it made like $50 million on an $8.5 million budget, which was insane for that movie. And I'm probably going to watch it, and I haven't watched it in quite some time. But nonetheless, I'm wearing the sunglasses. I think maybe they even wore sunglasses at nighttime in that movie. But I'm wearing them. If you're new here, welcome out. The reason why I'm wearing the sunglasses is to let you know that these are a prop to tell you that you're inside of a movie. Okay, so let me just take these. So we're inside of a movie. What I mean by that is we're being watched. We're entertainment. For who? A million different answers I could throw out there. But what the code has shown, being a code breaker, letters, numbers, and symbols run this reality through, and we use them through magic. And what the code says, before you sling the magic, what the code says is that, number one, mankind is being used as entertainment. Number two, we live through a scripted reality, meaning that the movie, Earth is a movie, and someone pressed play. And when they pressed play, you got incarnated into this reality, and now you're part of the movie. And you have what's called a fate or destiny, and it is unmovable and unchangeable. The key here is to figure out what your fate and destiny is all about. What does it mean to be you as a human being? These are my final answers, by the way. And it's not just my opinion that I'm saying this. Again, the code, if you're not a code breaker, I wouldn't expect you to understand, but the code says that these things that I've projected out to you right now are final answers. And it's amazing once you can surrender and kind of let go and be the star of the movie. Many people don't act like the star of the movie. You know, I'm a huge fan of Bob Proctor, and he would say that most people living today are just extras in the background. They don't want to stand out. They just want to follow the crowd. They get seen in the background. Maybe a little walk-on. That's it. Maybe a cameo once in a great while, but other than that, they don't act like stars. I think that you're here for a reason, so you might as well squeeze every drop you can out of this life. How we do that is we figure out what our sweet spot is. The sweet spot is how you're coded, what your fate and destiny is. And that's what we're going to talk about a little bit tonight during this What's Your Question? Number 103. The reason why this one is tied to vampirism is because 103 is the 27th prime number of mathematics, and the word vampire equals 27. You see? And if you're a fan of the medicine cards, the dragonfly is the 27th card in the deck. The great dragon got hurled down. These numbers are the code. Okay? So let's get into some of your comments, questions. I hope you brought some questions. So let's start digging into this. Angela says, I'm here to break the cycle in my family and set my ancestors free. I'm going to throw something out there, particularly towards that statement. And I'm going to use an example, and this is not set in stone. This is just something for some of you to think about. There was a show on Netflix called Dark. Maybe some of you have seen it. It was a German movie with English dub over voices. So you didn't have to sit there and try to read anything. I've watched the show twice already, front to back. At the end of that movie, this is going to be kind of giving some of it away. So if you are looking to watch that, you know, maybe you want to turn your volume down. But anyways, I'll only give the cliff notes of it. But at the end, the two main characters of the show are Adam and Eve. Of course. The younger version of them, the mid-grade version of them, and their final stage of life, their senior citizen stage, death. And what it postulates in that show at the very end is that they need to stop procreating to cut the loop, to break the cycle. And that means that there has to be sacrifice with that, right? The male cannot chase the female anymore. And the female has to give up the whispers of the serpent. See, in Dark, Eve could not give up her son. Always had to save the son. And of course, the son would have come out without Adam. So both of them had to sacrifice to cut the loop. And if you take that fundamental and you move it into other things that we've decoded, I can't even count how many things that I could tell all of you here. It synchronizes and coincides with many other things, from books to movies to shows to music. So maybe, just maybe, there's some merit to this aspect to consider. And I feel that in order to escape the matrix, in order to leave, you need to be a virgin again. Well, what does that mean? Well, if you think about how you came into this world, you came into this world non-polarized, meaning that you had nothing going on with the temple, nothing. When you come in as a baby, you're a virgin, and you're a virgin of life. Never mind the sex part. Forget about that part. I'm talking about being a virgin of all of the things that you will eventually get programmed with over the course of your life from start to finish. As we get programmed, we get darker and darker and darker and darker. And the darker is the information, the programming. You came in through the birth canal, which is water. And there's a lot that has a lot to do with Greek mythology and Vedic traditions because they correlate to Poseidon, Neptune, which is the ruler or co-ruler of Pisces. And Pisces are two fish that swim in water. If you go back to the antiquity, it was Zeus that ruled Pisces, who is the regulator. And his brother is Poseidon. Once Poseidon got discovered, it took over the ownership or co-ruler of Pisces. Poseidon is a water god, very similar to the storm god aspects in the Old Testament. And the correlation to Vedic would be Brahma, the creator god. Poseidon is the creator god because Poseidon rules the waters and we are made up of primarily water. And we come through the birth canal, we slip and slide through that thing, and that's water. And we come in lukewarm and a virgin, non-polarized. So maybe, just maybe, to leave this place and not have to do the reincarnation, the samsara wheel again, maybe one of the requisites is you need to go back to the virgin state, which means that you cannot be entertaining the dualistic energy in this reality. What I mean by entertaining it is giving it your energy. Because the good and the bad are two sides of the same coin. That is polarization. So when you choose a side, you are polarizing yourself. See, the devil does not exist without an opposite. Black does not exist without the opposite of light. Imagine if you just turned your lights on and you never turned them off. It would mess you up because the pineal gland that regulates the sleep and awake cycles wouldn't know what the hell to do. And you need to sleep to regenerate, to replenish. So the church has a position, it's an agent. The churches are agents to defend the dualistic polarization. But they're just doing their job. You can't get mad at it because then you're polarizing yourself to these positions of these archetypes. All the people on this world stage we're all archetypes, little archetypes running around. So that's what the code says here. And it comes down to what your programming is. So maybe, just maybe, releasing yourself, severing ties with complexity, the simplification of your life, getting rid of and shedding the skin, you transcend and you leave and you don't come back. Now, can I prove that? No. That is a big fat no. So this is an idea. But it's an idea that I'm sharing with you so that you can think about stuff. Like it's thinking candy. So you can kind of think about it. All right. So let's get into some of your questions. Today's card is the Queen of Diamonds, the 38th card in the deck, and it's paired with the Three of Diamonds. It's so fascinating that I'm talking about this lukewarm because the Three of Diamonds is the card that's attached to the word lukewarm. The middle, man, the middle path. You don't want to be the right-hand path, the left-hand path. They fight. Good versus evil. Right-hand path, left-hand path. The right-hand path is the path of goodness. That's why you ever say, just do the right thing. Yeah, you do the right thing because it's the right-hand path, as above. The left-hand path is the service to self and sin. And we do a little bit of both as we do this dance. But realizing how it works is a big step in the right direction. Okay. Let's get into some questions here. Let's see what we got. Thanks everybody for joining me last minute. Road Doggy asked, in your opinion, are certain life paths more prepared for this to be their last incarnation in this reality? Well, you could easily say yes. But everybody's prepared to go on their journey and do what they got to do. We are all given the same tools. What I mean by tools is we all have five senses. I'm giving you for the most part. We all have lungs. We all breathe. We all wake up. We all sleep. That's what I mean by we all have the same characteristics through the biology of the body. But then you have your fate and destiny. And you are well equipped to go down that path of your fate and destiny. And I think part of the waking up period is seeing your path and then having these aha moments and getting confirmations and realizing that you're always on the path. If we can just alleviate the programming and the habitual thinking of using these adjectives to describe the path. I get this asked a lot. People say, Logan, am I on the right path? You're on the path. Stop using the word right or wrong. You'll know if you're on the right or wrong path. Because the wrong path will feel like shit, maybe. You'll feel like you're stuck. But you're still on the track. You're still on the path. There is no right or wrong. It's just the path. A great example, folks. I'll give you a great example of this. One of the words for God is El. It goes way back. El. El is tied to the word electricity. And electricity doesn't care what you plug into it. If you have an outlet in your home, you can plug anything in there that is whatever, if you're 110 or 220, as long as that whatever you're going to plug in is compatible, you can plug it in there. The electricity is not going to say, nah, I'm not going to give you the power. No, if the plugs works and it's all good, it doesn't matter. Electricity. So you can use it for nefarious purposes, which you would call bad, or you can use it for benevolent purposes or good. Right-hand path, left-hand path. But if everybody was right-hand path all the time, always, if it was light out 24/7, if the sun never went down, would you get tired of light? You would. You would get sick of the sun because it would heat the earth up. It would just be too much all the time. And this is why people need to be challenged, and they have these, am I on the wrong path, the right path? Because if you're always on the right track, there's no learning curve. There's no challenges. There's no drama. I hope that makes sense. But if you can really use your logic here, what if it was light out for the rest of your life? The sun never went down. You would go nuts. You couldn't handle it because you have to block your shades out to sleep. You just can't live in light all the time. You need darkness and vice versa. These concepts are, I think, major things to think about. Yeah, Jeremiah, it's your, if my sound is cutting out, let me know. I hear it loud and clear, so I have never had any issues. Charlie says we are always on the right path. We have been given free will, and that could put you on the wrong path. Well, Charlie, I completely disagree with you. Now, I'd say that with respect. I think free will is an illusion. And I don't just say that because I don't like just to say an opinion. I've backed it up with hundreds and hundreds of presentations showing people don't have choices. Now, do we have any free will? I like to think so. What would the free will be? I think it's our emotions. The emotional reaction that you have to the set of circumstances that come through as your experiences. But if you line up door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, no matter which one you go down, that once you open that door, it's already mapped out. I mean, the Matrix, which again, I'm not saying it's absolute, but when Neo goes to visit the architect in the second one, he goes there and he's like, what am I doing here? And, the architect alludes to the fact, like, you didn't come here to make, the choice has already been made. You came here to understand why you made the choice. And then on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, he didn't have a choice because there were 2 doors that were already pre-planned. The funny thing about that movie, however, is the architect ends up getting reactive. He has an emotional reaction when Neo goes to the door that led to Trinity. Like he was bothered by that. And that kind of made me think like maybe that's where our free will comes in, is our emotional reactions. But I don't expect everybody to agree with me on this, right? But I will encourage you, go watch Robert Sapolsky and some of these other great minds that have shown with science that you don't have free will. Even the reactions that you have in the brain, the reactions that you have with the senses, before the event happens, the body already reacts to it, like it's anticipating the reaction. This is not my opinion, by the way. This is a scientific fact. That the body anticipates the reaction before you have the reaction. It's fascinating stuff. Everything is calculated. And to me, it makes so much more sense, and it makes life so much easier. because I think people get angry when they don't get their expectations to happen the way they want. We're all guilty of it. You have this expectation, you want it to come out a certain way. You know, maybe you put a lot of hours into some project that you expected to turn out. It doesn't, and then you get angry, depressed, sad. You have this emotional reaction. What's getting those emotions? Well, I say those are being harvested. Those energies. Tonight's episode tied to the word vampire. We're being vampired. Being fed off of. Like food. The Greeks talked about this. So maybe your free will is, yeah, okay, well, are you going to get mad at that? Are you going to get upset it didn't go your way? Or can you just kind of laugh it off? Or get non-emotional, who cares? Someone's asking, can ignorance be sin, or would sin require intention? Well, sin just means missing the mark. That's all it means. Sin means missing the mark. It's fascinating because the word sin, where it came from in the Bible, it has the same numerology output as Sheol and Gehenna. Same outcomes, 40. It's really, really interesting. But yeah, Daryl Golden's sin is from sine. Yes, the sine wave, which is the sun, in a sense, the nomad. Not of This World says, I've had 3 weeks of crapola. What did you learn from it? It makes you grateful when you get out of that and not have to experience that experience. Then you have now the ability to give thanks because now you're no longer in that position. That's kind of what I practice. Is when you have an off day, are you thankful for it? We normally are not thankful for the times that are shitty. We are only in the habit, for the most part, of being grateful when things go good. What about when things don't go your way? Are you grateful for? Sometimes, some of you have been saved by things not going your way. Like you didn't make your flight. You didn't make the appointment and you got so bent out of shape. But had you gone to it, things may have been worse. So the next time you miss an appointment, maybe you should be rejoicing instead of getting bitter or angry, if that's what emotions you give off. Or maybe not give any emotions at all. Are vampires real? The Cherish, what's going on? Are vampires real? I would think so. I think so. Why not? I think that if they weren't real, that'd be more unlikely. I think the likeliness of that being true is higher that they are real. I think so. Ola, what do you think about schizophrenia? What's a state of consciousness? Just keep it simple, right? Schizophrenia, state of consciousness. That's it. That's all it is. It's in a different state of consciousness. Like you would compare it to maybe static. Like you ever, back in the day when you have the radio dials and you turn them and it was, and you got to get to the station, you got to get that dial right on there. Even the digital ones would do that, right? And when you finally get to your station, it comes through clear like this. And maybe the schizophrenia is it's just a state of frequency, right? It's a program. We are all programs living in this world called the Matrix life. Programs. You're a program inside the software. Well, why do you think we made computers? Why do you think we created these? Because we've now created a so below. Our so below is in this little cell phone, computer. And if you have a computer and laptop or whatever, you have folders on your desktop, folders in your documents, folders in your downloads, music folders. Those folders in your brain are your ideas and your experiences. Every experience that you have ends up on your brain. There's a folder that gets created. And inside the folder are the contents of that experience. And the more detailed the experience, the more contents are inside that folder. Same thing with a computer system. As the folder gets bigger on your computer by putting more contents into it, it goes from a kilobyte to a megabyte to a gigabyte. Well, when it gets big and you fill it up and you can't fill anything else up with it because now there's no room left, it's kind of the same situation with us, although we have unlimited storage space. But the more storage you have, the more weighted down you are. That's called polarization. That's why if you compare yourself to a baby, when the baby comes down the birth canal and into this world, it has nothing on its memory banks. Nothing. And what I mean by memory banks, experiences. But the screenplay the baby comes through the canal with is already set in stone. And that is why we can measure that based upon someone's birthday, birth time, birth city, human design, Enneagram, numerology, Mayan astrology, personality types, Enneagram. Because the blueprint is already given to you before you come down the birth canal. It's as if the architect hands you the blueprints. And that's how this reality works. So if you're somebody who's a code breaker like myself, you're reading the blueprints. You're breaking apart the blueprints. An architect draws the blueprints for the house. Well, we're dissecting the blueprints from the source code as code breakers. As people that are fans of astrology and numerology, you're looking at your owner's manual. You're looking at your blueprint that you were given at birth, assigned at birth. That's your raw code. And then you overlay on top of that blueprint code from other things around you. This is guaranteed to happen. And a lot of it comes from people that are not part of your code. They have their own code. Like mom and dad, I promise, do not have your astrology chart. They probably don't have your birthday. They don't have the people you grew up with. They're programmed different than you. But what they try to do is raise you the same way that they were raised. They raise you based on their code and a code that was given to them by their parents. So what you're left with is you're left with your blueprint and then blueprints on top of your blueprint that are unlimited. All the experiences that you have as a human being, those are added on to your blueprint and it just gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker. And the more experiences you have, the thicker your life becomes. And that is a complete polarization. And now you have the ability to see the good and evil. That's the tree of knowledge of good and evil, man. Is being able to see what we call good and bad. Right-hand path, left-hand path. Jasmina says, Ho'oponopono, that's a tough word to say. Yeah, I know about the Hawaiian healing thing. I read Joe Vitale's book on that. It's pretty awesome. I'm going through your comments here. Allah says, should I stop smoking weed when I get paranoia? If you don't mind the paranoia. If you smoke and you know you get paranoid, you must like the high and you'll tolerate the paranoia. You like the high or whatever reaction, the feeling that you get from the cannabis, you like that more than the paranoia that sets in. You'll tolerate that. The payoff of whatever the weed makes you feel like is higher than the toleration of the paranoia. I know a lot of people that happens to. I've had it happen to me. Yeah. So if you like it that much to tolerate the paranoia, I mean, the answer's already in the question. If you don't want to get the paranoia, don't partake in the cannabis. Pretty simple. Not as simple as I say, because some of you here are actually, you're addicted to cannabis. I think people say cannabis is not addictive. I think that's absolute rubbish. I know people that are addicted to cannabis. They're addicted to the way life is on cannabis. And again, I want to make sure I say that I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing. So before you may add on some things that Logan said this or that, I am not in the arena here to judge people by way of saying it's good or bad. I'm just merely saying that I know people that are addicted to cannabis. And they can't go a day without it. I used to be one of them. So I'm not just saying it. I've done it not with that, I've done it with other drugs. Not being able to go without them. I've beaten addictions. I know what it's like. I know what the mental state feels like. So I'm speaking from experience. Yuri Fernandez, thank you for the comment, man. Will I do more Age of Aquarius type videos? I'm considering doing another cosmic timeline where I like digging into the timelines because I like looking at the ages, like what people had to go through during their time period. What will happen when the Aquarian age will be at its final stage? What is the world going to look like? I like looking at those things. As you merge into the age of Capricorn, what is the age of Capricorn going to look like? That's an earth sign. The last earth sign that the previous one was the age of Taurus, which seemingly was during the land of Egypt time when they were worshiping the bull. Apis, and the bull was very sacred. Was that during the time of Taurus? And then from Egypt, they went into the age of Aries, where it was Mars energy, dominate or be dominated. It was about the 300 and the Spartans and killing and the sword and all that. And then it moved into the age of Pisces, where the church was the sword. It was you bringing in salvation and faith and, everybody love everybody. Well, now you're going into the age of Aquarius, which is on off. We're getting out of the age of analog. Analog meaning, like, the best example is the dial on a radio when you turn it and you have to get it just so, where digital you just press up or down to get to the station. The going up or down with the digitization is the age of Aquarius. It's precise. It's on off. Pisces was the flame, the torch, right? When you light the flame, it could get brighter, it can go dimmer. That's analog. Digital is you turn the light on and it gives constant light until it burns out. That's what we're moving into. Are we there yet? I think there's a crossover. I don't think these ages are instant to change over to. I think that there's a crossover. And I think that's what's going on right now, is we're still seeing Piscean energy combined with the Aquarian energy. Because I just don't see that I don't see the cell phone being a Piscean invention. Or I shouldn't say an invention, a tool. No, Pisces was the library. Pisces was the universities and printing presses and books and borders and all those and the books. This is the Kindle, the PDFs, the files and folders, the storage space. How much storage space do you have? You buy a new cell phone, it's going to ask you probably, do you want the 256 size or the 512 or the 1 terabyte? Which one do you want? And the bigger you get, the more expensive it's going to be. Same with a library. If you want to build it on an acre, it's going to cost you more than a half an acre. I don't think it's, I'm a huge investigator into theology, and it's mainly because I have a lot of Sagittarius energy. My Jupiter is in Sagittarius. My Venus is in Sagittarius. My Rahu is in Sagittarius. And Sagittarius is the higher mind. It's ruled by Zeus, the expander, the aristocrat. So I love studying it. I was raised in the JW organization. I love studying it and breaking it down. And the more you break down the code, the more you will see that these cultures are just taking a story that they adopted as their own, painted a different picture, put it on clay cuneiform tablets or walls or whatever, and claimed it as theirs. But it was just like the whisper down the lane kind of thing. So the Bible is the same kind of aspect, where it's from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and those are going to be tied to the Sumerian stories, the Anunnaki and all that, the Epic of Gilgamesh and all that. These are all stories that are in sequence, passed down, told a different way, but the same meaning. But if you're somebody who likes to look beyond the veil of those things, and you like the esoteric and you get into astrology, especially astrology, it's fun to look at the age that we're in and what's going to come with that age. And taking theology and combining it with astrology, it makes a very big case, a very worthy case. It has a lot of merit. And if you consider that the Passover, which a lot of you celebrate and you're not even religious, you do it anyway. You celebrate the resurrection during Easter and you don't even do any holidays, but you do it anyway. You still give it energy. You're still celebrating the rituals even if you're not religious. If any of you here did Easter, if you're saying happy Easter to people, you're giving credence and energy to the resurrection, to religion. Even if you're not religious, you're still feeding that machine. It can't be any other way. Anyways, during the Passover, when Jesus was talking to his disciples, he clearly told them to follow him into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. Because the disciples asked him, hey, where do we go to find you, dude? He's like, follow the dude with the pitcher of water. Go into that house. The house is the houses of astrology. Because it says when you enter the city is the entire zodiac wheel. That's the city. And then the houses are the zodiac houses, the signs. So in Luke 22 verses 10, Jesus told the disciples during the Passover, hey man, go follow that dude with the pitcher of water. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going to be. So the Passover, in a sense, is going from Pisces to Aquarius. So there's no end of the world, folks. There are just resets, yes. There are changes. There are people that pass away. There are events that happen, yes. But the world doesn't end. And so this age of Aquarius is a very interesting age because we're going from water of Pisces. You're going from a ruler called Poseidon. Essentially Vedic Brahma, the creator god. You're moving away from that and you're moving into a sign of Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus, which is the original gangster, the OG of the zodiac, which represents heaven. The co-ruler is Kronos. I don't think Kronos comes on for rulership until after the latter half of Aquarius, until you get into the arm of Aquarius that is kind of over the top of Capricorn if you look at the canopy. So Uranus is coming in and you can see it because Uranus is eccentric. Uranus is very flamboyant. It's very unique. It doesn't dance to the tunes of the Olympians or Titans. There's no structure with Uranus, with those kinds of energies that they're saying, hey, you should be doing that. And Uranus is like, dude, I created your ass, man. Step off. Don't tell me what to do. You wouldn't be here unless I created you. That's what Uranus would be saying. So it's very unconventional. And your Uranus in your astrological chart, if you're willing to look, all of you, your Uranus brings unconventionality to your world, to your life. So if you have Uranus in your 7th house of astrology, your relationships are going to be very unorthodox. They're going to be very different and they're not going to be like a typical relationship or relationships. They're going to be very unconventional. Shit could hit the fan quick in your relationships. It's an electrical planet. So your relationships can be very electrical and intensified, but they're very unconventional. If you have Uranus in your 1st house, you're going to be somebody who doesn't want to follow everybody else. Because now it's embedding into your identity. Your 1st house, by the way, folks, is this part of your body. Your rising sign and your 1st house is right here. Your crown and your eyes. This is all your 1st house. And then it just follows all the way down and it wraps all the way around that wheel. Your feet hit the age of Pisces. The 2 fish are your 2 feet. So your rising sign will tell you a lot about how you look. A lot. How your body structure is, how your eyes look. It will tell you a lot. So it's not just the rising sign, it's your entire 1st house of astrology. I'll give you a great example. Let me just take you on this journey. Oh, that's not it. Where is it? Hang on, let me see if I can find it. There he is. This guy, you know this guy right here? See this dude? Kenneth Copeland. He's a prosperity gospel teacher. He's a funny dude, man. Extremely wealthy dude. Has like 5 or 6 planes. You see his eyes right there, folks? You see those eyes? Those are like those are Scorpio eyes. Anytime you ever see somebody that has like these like piercing deep. It's Pluto-Mars energy, because when you go to his astrological chart, okay, his sun is right there at the end of Scorpio. But he has a rising of Leo. So his rising of Leo gives him the energy of somebody who's very, very outgoing. If you want to be entertained, go type this guy in YouTube and watch some of his sermons. He's a funny dude, man. I just laugh and I have no judgment. It's entertainment, because I know this man doesn't have a choice. Zero choice. He, like, when the COVID thing came in, he like cursed it and told it to go away. It's hilarious. But you could see his eyes are Scorpio eyes, man. That's because the sun, his spirit inside of him, he's born on December 6th. That's Scorpio. This is a Scorpio kind of energy right here, and there is no doubt about it. So when you know how to read astrology, between the sun, where your sun's at, and your rising, this will tell you. And this energy that he has in his first house is a blend of Leo, which is very outgoing, and Virgo, which this is the Virgin. This is the gospel right here. You know, he's teaching prosperity gospel because his Jupiter is in the fourth house, and the fourth house is tied to the home, the root. This is all the Mercury and the Rahu. This is all his prosperity gospel. And across the way, he's got Taurus in his midheaven, which is, you know, this is what he's going to be getting from people. The Christos, his Christos. This guy's all about prosperity, guys. Pluto's in Cancer. Cancer's down here where Jupiter's expanding that with Rahu and the Sun and Mercury. He's born to talk. He was born to do that. That's why he's one of the richest, most wealthiest prosperity pastors in the world. I think he's got more money than Joel Osteen. I'm almost sure. But that right there is a classic example of somebody who looks like his sun sign. Yeah, he's 88. I mean, he's you know, you can tell he's been aging because you go back and watch some of his videos 5, 6, 7 years ago, and you can kind of tell. Lisa, man, be careful of your words when you say he's demonic. What does that mean? He's just being him, man. He got his role, just like you got your role. He's Kenneth Copeland. He's a prosperity gospel teacher, and he's doing his role. And it just is what it is. That when you say demonic look, you're talking about somebody who has Scorpio eyes. Scorpio is tied to Pluto. But Pluto and Scorpio are not any less demonic than Aries or Taurus or Gemini, or they can all be demonic. If you want to call it that. And what does that mean? Well, he's polarized. Polarized a certain way. That's it. He's just polarized a certain way. Well, Lisa, you're actually more Libra than anything else, but we all have Scorpio energy in us because of the signs. Daryl says, my Scorpio buddies are all stoners and took many psychedelics. They have a connection to the unseen. Yeah, because Pluto who got the underworld, who is Lord Shiva, is the owner of Scorpio. Mars is the co-star there. Mars officially has Aries. Pluto, who is Shiva, is the god of the underworld who rules over Scorpio. Mesochild, do you think Elon is using reverse psychology? I don't really follow Elon, so I couldn't tell you. I don't really watch the mainstream, folks, because it's dumpster diving. I compare watching the mainstream to dumpster diving. I really do. If I invited you to go dumpster diving with me, really, would you go? But the majority of you would have no problem joining me online to watch a show. The equivalent of mainstream is dumpster diving. And I'm not saying any disrespect to any of you that watch the mainstream. We're all guilty of watching some of it, but how much time do you spend on it? That's the question. Programs you. Jasmine is asking, how do I find out what calculator is right? You got to use Mastering the Zodiac. I've gone over it, and I'll go over this quickly for all of you, okay? I want you to get this because I don't want to just say, well, that system you shouldn't use. I would never say that. What I have said is tropical astrology fails miserably by way of the true map of the stars. When I look up at the stars, tropical doesn't line up with what I see up there. It's 23 degrees forwards. It is a system of magic. You can use it for predictions because it is in the future. But if you want to look at precision and you want to know how you're coded based on, if you're somebody who likes precision, if you don't, well, then go with another system. If you like precision, if you want to get it right down to the brass tacks, you got to use the right tools. And I've already gone over this. If you watch some of my videos, the failure of tropical astrology, I covered it. I've covered it 3 times now, showing you that Mastering the Zodiac and Stellarium are the only 2 sources that I use for readings. I don't use tropical anymore. And again, I'll be clear. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it is not accurate with what you see up in the sky at all. And it doesn't matter where you live. Because if it did, I could go to Antarctica and hook up to the internet and open up a website, and it will tell me exactly what the map looks like, and go to London and it'll tell me exactly, the same exact map. There will be no difference. Very little, if anything. So if you want to get into the accuracy, you got to go to this website right here. MasteringTheZodiac.com. This one. It's called True Sidereal. Okay? And then you can take this and you can use the Stellarium. I don't think I even have it open. You can just use the Stellarium, this app right here, and this will give you the exact placements to the highest degree of where we're at right now. Okay? For instance, the moon. Right there. Well, if you follow tropical, it's going to put it all the way over here. How can it be here and here at the same time? Well, on charts it can, but not in the sky. In the sky it cannot be. Same with the sun. Where is the sun going to be right now if you follow tropical? Gemini. How can it be here and here at the same time? Mercury will be in Gemini. Nope, it's not. They're here. They're about ready to go over. There is a crossover point, but the sun is in the horns of Taurus right now. And it is not in Gemini like tropical will tell you it is. You're going to have to wait as the sun goes right about here, June 20, about the summer solstice is when you'll get officially in Gemini. Okay? So if you're here in the horns, if you're right here, if you're born in the 16th, 17th, you're going to get both of these energies. It's going to be called the cusp. There's a time frame of when 17th, 18th, 16th, 19th, these are cusps energy. You'll pick up a little bit of the Taurian energy, the end of it. This is the midway point before you get into some of these. Talisha, what do I think about AstroSeek Sidereal? I used to use it. I don't use it anymore. The other reason why I don't use it is because of this. If I go to, let's just go there. I used to use this all the time. AstroSeek, right? It's got the nakshatras. I use it for reference. But if you go down and you do the sidereal here with AstroSeek, just type in, we'll do this. If you do this, now the problem you have with this is that each of these zodiac signs they get an even amount of space. But that's not fair. And it is absolutely not precise. Because you see Virgo here? How can you take Virgo, which is right here? How can you take her and box her in to a 30-degree span that they want you to do here? If you look at the constellations, the IAU, the designation of the sizes of the constellations, look at how big Virgo is. 1,000 in this area here, 1294. Well, let's go to Aries and see how big Aries is. There's Aries. It's not even a third of the size. 441. So how can we take Virgo and give her and box her in and give Aries the same amount of space? That to me is not only disrespecting the zodiac, but you are now out of precision. You can keep the houses, which Mastering the Zodiac does. It keeps the houses right here. It keeps all of the 12 houses. But what it does is it expands the zodiacs and gives them their fair amount of size as the IAU says they have. Okay? Virgo and Aquarius. Aquarius is the second biggest. You can't box these into 30 degrees. And when you start to look at this, there's no denying this. It's not like, well, maybe Logan, no, these are the exact measurements. And Virgo is 3 times the size of Aries, and that is just absolutely up. Smash it. This is not precision. Okay? So will it work? Can you give readings? Yes, of course. But what do you want to have? A reading that squishes all this down into these spaces, or do you want to have a true reading done based upon the sizes that they really are? Which one would you rather have now that you know? Well, I would imagine the answer for all of you is I'd rather have the precise one. Maybe you don't care. I do. I care a lot. I never used to because I didn't know, and then I was too busy studying the Vedic to bother, because I had a few people that wanted to get me over to that system. And I'm like, no, I'm just. So I kind of fought it tooth and nail, and then I finally surrendered, and now I haven't gone back. So Jasmine, you have a double, your son's, what do you mean you have a double Leo? Your son's in Leo in the 5th house? Is that what you mean by that? Vibrational altitude question is, if you have no if you can't find your birth time, the question is, if I don't know my birth time, that's okay. Then you just, this is the way I do it, because I've had tons of people that I've done readings for, and they don't know their birth time. So this is the ritual that I tell them, and I'll give it to you here right now as a little gift, right? If you want to call it that, whatever, some suggestions. Choose a day that you want to find your birth time. You wake up, maybe it's a weekend, maybe you have the weekends off, so you pick Saturday. And you wake up on Saturday, and what's on your mind is, today, the divine is going to give me my birth time. I tell people that you should go somewhere where it's quiet and you can be alone. Go to a place that you resonate with a lot, maybe the beach or the forest or whatever. And you're looking for a sign of your birth time. Maybe a bird will make this really weird noise, and you'll look at your watch, and you're like, I really resonate with that. The intuition. You're going to be an instrument when you go outside in nature, and you'll get signs. If you can get close, if you can get somebody to kind of give you an idea, that's even more beneficial. But if you can't, your objective is to find the birth time. You go out into nature, preferably a place that you feel very comfortable with, and you're looking for a sign. And you don't come home until you get the sign. So you feel like, yeah, that's the time. I really resonate with that without any biasing. That's it. And then you pick it, and that's it. Now, even if it's not, let's say it's way off, the only thing you won't be able to get is your rising sign and the houses that the celestial's in. You'll have to remove that, but you'll still get the definitions of where those planetary placements are. Your sun will still be in the same zodiac sign. Your Zeus will still be in the same zodiac sign. It just may not be in the house that it was in during the original time of birth. That's it. Not that difficult. Yeah, you could, Lisa's muscle test, you could do the muscle test, although I haven't found that as accurate, because muscle testing can be a little bit dicey, because you can be biased on the energy. You can get a positive, you can get a false yes. You can't get those based on programming. But give it a try if you feel like that's something you want to do. Whatever works. Pendulums, whatever works for you. Someone's asking about Neo 141, your copper. What is it meaning? I don't know. I'd have to look at your whole chart and your numerology. It's not just an easy answer to tell you what the meaning is on it. But if you have copper, then you should probably consider getting some copper to wear. Get your blood tested to see if you're deficient in copper. You know, a lot of the reason, people say the reason why we gray is because we copper deficient. But if you're copper, alchemology-wise, then I would be drinking out of a copper vessel, a high-quality one. I'd wear copper jewelry. If I was tied to copper, absolutely I would. Oh, your sun, okay, your Leo's on the ascendant. Okay, gotcha. So Jasmina, so that's the amazing part about the sun. Where's the position of your sun? That's what I want to talk about. If your sun If you were born in the morning time, if you were born at like 6:30 in the morning, 7 a.m., your sun is a little baby sun. You can't get sunburn at 7 in the morning. It's not possible. So the sun is like, here I am, I want to play. It's a little child. It's Horus. Jesus is Horus. Horus is the sun rising. And then the sun starts to go and make the arc, and when it does, when it gets to the midheaven position, if you're born at like 12 or 1 p.m., you're born when the sun can burn. It's in its prime, though. The sun is in its prime at that position. Right over the head, you're getting Christos. You're getting illuminated. If you were born between 11, 12, 1, 2 p.m., you're getting the Christos. Because the sun is right over your head. You're anointed. But it can burn, and it's a very intense energy. Right? Because you go outside during the summer months and you go out there at noon, 1 o'clock, your ass can get burned. And then the sun goes down and it hits the sign of Virgo and Libra, and now it's the golden hour. And the golden hour is the same as when the sun was rising. It can't give you sunburn. That's why it's called the golden hour. A lot of people take pictures during the golden hour because the sun is balanced, Virgo, as it descends down into Scorpio. So where your sun is when you were born has a lot to do with your personality and who you are as well. So if your sun is on your rising, so it can be a very playful, childlike energy, and you'd want to strive to never give that up. When the sun's at midheaven, it's in its prime. It could be a very dominating force for you. When it's in the 7 o'clock position, 7 p.m., when the sun's going down, the sun is weary and it's about ready to go down into the underworld to go to sleep. It's going to go to bed. So the energy can be expressed that way. And then when it gets into the underworld, it acts much differently because now its presence is gone from the as above. You're in the yin energy in the so below. If your sun is between 6:30 a.m. and 7:30 p.m., you're in the yang. Your sun is yang energy because it's visible. Like I was born at 1:03 a.m. My sun's in the underworld. It's not visible. These factors play in as us as human beings and how we're being controlled and ruled over. Lisa, you're Virgo. Yeah, whatever the website says. Whatever you plug in your birthday and then your sun will be there. Now remember, you're all the signs. So if somebody says, hey, what's your sign? All of them is the correct answer. I'm all of them. What do you mean you're all of them? Yeah, if you open up a chart, I have all of them. Just because I don't have something in my 5th house or my 12th house, I still have a zodiac sign playing out. That's the ring of fire. You know that song, Johnny Cash, I fell into a burning ring of fire? Yeah, that's the zodiac wheel. Okay, wait a minute, Jasmina. If your sun is 2:45 a.m., then your sun can't be at the rising position. It'll be down around. If you put a clock over the zodiac wheel, it'll be, I don't know, maybe like 7 a.m. You're gonna still be in the underworld. 2:45 a.m. You're still in the underworld. You're gonna be close to your first house. Maybe 8 a.m. if you put a dial over there. I thought you were born, you said ascendant, so I was just assuming you were born at around 6:30 a.m. or something like that. Thanks everybody for joining me tonight. Some of you are funny though, like Lisa, you've been here forever. How have you not looked at your master in the Zodiac? I mean, you've been here a million times. I don't know why you haven't looked at that. Like, you seem like you thought you were Libra. I mean, you've been here for a long time. You should know you're Virgo if that's what it says. I don't understand some of you here. Maybe you haven't looked it up, but I'm surprised you haven't. The Plasma Prophet says, ever since you made you are synchronicity on Scorpions. I don't know what you mean by that. A song that I played by the Scorpion. I think the last song I played was called China White. Is that what you're talking about? Oh yeah, you swear last time it was Libra. Yeah, you got to plug in the coordinates right. Yeah, you probably plugged in your time wrong. Because no matter what, even if you put the time wrong, it would have been the date. Because the time will just change the position of the sun and the house that it's in, but it won't change the zodiac sign that it's in. It's saying you're both sun and ascendant Leo. I don't know how that would even be. Unless it's moving your ascendant way down like this, that may be possible. Because the sun comes up so early in the morning, if you're born around that time. But that's the only sense I can make out of that. Yeah, I'll take all of you on this journey here. Let's go here and show you. We'll go around the zodiac, so you can see where your sun is. Okay, so right now on June 20th, let's start on June 5th, which is today. Okay, if you're born today, Taurus sun. As you go through this right here, once you hit right about here, you're going to enter Gemini, the summer solstice, Gemini energy, 621. You're going to go through Gemini, and now right about here, about 720, 721, you're going to hit Cancer. You're going to be a cuspy, 719, 718. These are all cusp energies. So those of you that are born on these days when the sun is in between the signs, you will probably be a definition of both of these. Like July 17th, I would be reading it as Gemini Cancer sun. Both. You will be what's called a cusp. July 18th. And then as you go through Cancer, you finally get here. Now you 8-10. August 10th. Okay? This is where the confusion and why this is another example of why tropical astrology is not accurate. Does everybody know what 8-8 is? It's called Lion's Gate. Okay, well, where's the sun on 8-8? It's at the very entrance of Leo. It's leaving Cancer. It's about ready to go into the gate of the lion. If you follow tropical, you know where it'll put it? It'll put it all the way over here. That's where the sun will be in tropical astrology on August 8th. Does this look like the gate of Leo? No, this is the gate of Leo. Another failure of tropical astrology. And again, I'm not saying that it doesn't work or it doesn't have its truths, but if you're looking for precision, it doesn't line up with these measurements. August 8th, the sun is officially at the end of Cancer, about ready to go into the gate of the lion. That's why it's called Lion's Gate. Okay? And now you get into Leo season. So you go, and Leo is a very big constellation. So then you come all the way here, and now you're at the end of Leo, and you're about ready to move into Virgo. So September 17th, September 16th, you're moving into Virgo, and now you're officially in Virgo. And this has got a long way to go because she's so big, right? She's so big all the way down to her feet right here. These are variances. These are not absolutes, but Virgo will go all the way till the end of September. You're still, it'll have it in Libra energy here when you're in November, but it will still be at the end of October. It will still be Virgo season at the very end. It'll be now cusp into Libra, and then it will now hit Libra. Libra is a small, tiny constellation, so it doesn't have long to take. And now it gets into Scorpio. Scorpio, right around the 22nd, 21st, it'll pick up the Libra Scorpio energy, and now it's officially in Scorpio. So if you're born December 2nd, this is Scorpio energy. December 3rd, December 4th, December 5th. Officially, Ophiuchus, they say, runs between the 7th of December, the 13th hidden sign, and it will run right around till the 17th, right around till Saturnalia, the 17th of December. Now you get into Sagittarius, man. Now you get into the galactic center. So Christmas time, just so you know, you're not celebrating Capricorn. It is not. Look how far away Capricorn is for December 25th. Christmas time is way the hell over here. It's in Sagittarius. So you're actually worshiping and pledging to, if you do Christmas, just so you know, whether you like it or not, you're giving credence to Zeus. You're worshiping Zeus. I don't care if you say, well, I'm not thinking about it, I'm just doing gifts, and you're worshiping Zeus, because that is what the ritual calls for. Right here. Sagittarius on the 25th, and now the sun's going to be reborn. It's going to come out, and now you have January 14th. It's still in Sagittarius. It's at the end of Sagittarius. January 15th, and now you're going to get into Capricorn. Now around the 17th, 18th, you're now going to get into Capricorn. January, now you're in Capricorn all the way through. Like, here's my birthday, Capricorn. But the variance, the interesting part is, you see this Aquarius energy? Look at the arm that extends out over Capricorn, like literally goes all the way 3/4 of the way over. And this is why I feel that Aquarius is co-ruled by Uranus and Saturn, because his arm overextends on top of Capricorn. And that's why. So if you're somebody who's born like me on the 4th, my sun is in Capricorn, absolutely, but it's still going to pick up on this Aquarian energy, and that's why, for me, I am both. I'm officially Capricorn, but to me, and I read it both ways because I've done the studies, I am a lot of Aquarius energy, okay, as well. So you go through Aquarius, which is a really big-ass sign as well, and then you get into Pisces right there. Pisces season comes in right around the 12th, the 11th of March. Okay, the 11th or 12th of March. And then you start heading into Pisces. And if you are a fan of Santos Bonacci, well, he says he's an Aries. He's not even anywhere close to Aries. He is a Pisces. And you can see it in his demeanor, because Santos Bonacci is a huge mystic and Pisces is the mystic. Okay, that's why. He is Pisces. Okay, June 24th. This is when they released the Matrix. Right here on the 24th. Okay, and what's so fascinating is they released the Matrix right here when the sun was in Pisces, and Pisces is ruled by Poseidon, which I already talked about. This is the part of the water, being born into the water, right? The Matrix, being born into down the birth canal into the water. This is Poseidon, man, the domain of Poseidon, the fish. Okay, the Matrix comes out right here. So this is a big sign as well. Pisces is the third biggest sign. And then now around April 18th, 17th, now you get into Aries. And Aries is the dinkiest, smallest sign. It's very, very small. So you don't really last too long here. Okay, now you're entering May 12th. Now you're entering into Taurus. Now, if you're on May 13th, May 14th, you're going to be a cuspy energy, man. You're going to pick up both Aries and Taurus. Okay, and you finally get through Taurus here, the mighty Taurus, and you'll get into June. And this is where we're at right now. We're on this page. We're in Taurus. We're in the horns of Taurus right now. Okay, so we just made a whole trip all the way around, and now you know how this all looks. And that website is not, I'm not saying it's absolutely 1 + 1 = 2, but I've done enough verification with my own eyes and taking images of the sky to say that that is the most accurate rendition of the sky that we have, bar none, with mastering the Zodiac. They're both very, very similar to each other. Okay, now remember, that's your sun sign though. You have all those other celestials that you have to take into consideration on how you behave through your Zodiac. Okay. Daryl says, I know people that have March birthdays. Yeah, they're Pisces. Pisces is water. It slows things down. Pisces slows things down because you're moving. You ever try to run in water? It slows things down. When you get into Aries, Mars, fire, it speeds things up. So you said April birthdays, Aries, they turn up early. Yeah, because now they're moving through fire and they're fast. Speed. But March birthdays, Pisces, water, slow. Slow movement. Going through your comments. Yeah, you got to consider the cusp. Daryl says the cusp energies. This is something that's important to look at when you're transiting between two signs. You're going to pick up on both of those energies. And then on top of that, folks, if you have Mercury in Pisces, and you have the sun in if you have Mercury in Pisces and you thought your sun was there, the identification of Mercury in Pisces is very similar to the sun being there. How you're going to describe somebody with a mercurial energy in Pisces will be identical as someone who has a sun in Pisces. The variance will be on spirit versus the way you think, but the identification will be very similar. This is why people say, yeah, I know, but in tropical, I resonate with this. Yeah, because you have all the signs you have to take into consideration, not just one. Occult Prophet says the only thing about tropical is based off the seasons and connects to the modalities, the cardinal signs. Yeah, absolutely it does. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. But then even that is changed because during the spring equinox on March 21st in the Tropic of Cancer, The sun is in Virgo. The rising's in Virgo. I mean, Pisces. It's not even in Aries anymore. 7 degrees Pisces now. So it's not even what it used to be. So tropical is great for the seasons, yes. The quadrants, the cardinal, the mutable, the fixed. That's what it's great for. But other than that, if you're looking for precision, it just doesn't fare well. And if you're going to use the nakshatras, you have to do them by eye because you now have to fit them through. Like Virgo gets all that space, trying to get all those nakshatras in Virgo, like you'd normally box them in on a regular, typical Vedic sidereal astrology chart. You have to now do it by eye, which can get a little challenging. All right, Jasmina, I'm going to look at your chart because you're confusing me. September 15th, 1973. Your son's going to be in your second house. It's not going to be. I think Steven said that. Let's see. I don't know your city. Mostar, Bosnia, is that your city? I don't know, 2:45 a.m. Yeah, you're okay. This is why. Your ascendant is right here. Your ascendant is Leo. Your sun is not on your ascendant. Your sun is in your second house officially, but it is in the sign of Leo. So there it is. It's the line is right here. So you're literally in between Leo and Virgo. You're actually going to be the energy of both. If I were to give you a reading, I would provide you definitions of Leo and Virgo sun. You have the majority of your energy is in Virgo. Boy, you must critique the hell out of life. You're a perfectionist, I would assume. But anyway, your rising is right here, right there. But your sun, 2:45 a.m. It right here is like 6:30 a.m. You're still in the underworld. All your energy. You have a lot of yin energy. The majority of you got a decent amount up here, but you got a lot of yin energy. Yeah, you should be in a service industry if you want to make your money, Virgo. Some health and wellness or service. You should be servicing people or whatever. This is a service to make your money. That's where you get your riches. You need to communicate as well, whatever you're doing. But yeah, your sun is right there. So hopefully that clarifies it. Third Eye Wizard. Well, I'm pretty booked out. I'm super busy right now. I'm booking for late July. It's slim pickings because I have so much going on right now. But if you're interested in a reading, the best thing to do is email me directly, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and just send me an email and say, hey, I'm looking to get a reading. And then I like to do it by phone because then it avoids scamming and anything. You know it's me. You hear my voice. So I do everything over the phone to book. What's up, Maddie M? Thanks for being here. Steven, what do you mean Jasmine has a Scorpio ascendant? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I think Steven's kidding, Jasmine, so I wouldn't take it serious because you're a Leo rising, unless he's talking about the D9 chart. Julie E, yeah, I do have a Telegram group. I'm not very active on there. It's called Decode Your Reality. My main platform is Patreon. That's where I pump out the majority, like all the teasers and the upcoming stuff and samples of what's coming out and all that. Those are all on Patreon. So if you go over there, you can become a free member. But if you want to watch the decodes, it's for the donating members. And I'm trying to teach over there, which I am going to be coming out with a class because people have been asking, how do I learn this? How do I learn that? People want to learn. So the call has been thrown out there. I got to answer the call. So Ultraviolet X, Logan, have you heard of Gary, the numbers guy? Yeah, I've heard of him. Haven't watched much of his content, so I couldn't really tell you. What I do know about him is he fancies numerology and he does Chinese astrology mainly, and that's it. He's got his own style. Other than that, I don't really know anything about him. Debbie Kennedy, I've been doing a parasitic cleanse, super itchy, restless. You got those 5 dogs, man. If I had 5 dogs, I'd be doing a parasite cleanse every 3 months. Black walnut hull, the wormwood, the clove, those standards, absolutely mandatory. But you're getting the die-off, so there's no avoiding the effects of what's going on. I would just cancel your company. If you can't cancel your company, then just stop taking the cleanse. So the die-off stops. But I mean, it's Thursday. If you took the pills today, you're probably still going to get die-off over the weekend. Jasmine, I don't know when the class is going to be. I just mentioned it to my community on Patreon last night. Or actually, it was today. It was early in the morning today. So, but it will be trying to teach people the methodology, the cards with numerology, with sine and cosine waves, with the tarot, all that stuff. So we have some people that know Gary. All right. He discovered what system? I don't even know. I don't know anything about him. I don't know what kind of numerology he uses. I don't know if he uses Pythagorean, if he uses English or Chaldean. I'm not sure. Does anybody know what system he uses? I don't know. Pumpkin seeds. What parasite cleanse do I recommend? If you're just doing it for pets, well, then you just do the black walnut hull, the wormwood, and cloves. If you just type in parasitic cleanse, those three should come up. Black walnut hull, cloves, and wormwood. Those are the three main staples in a typical parasitic cleanse you would use, especially if you have pets. If you have pets and if you have dogs or cats that sleep with you, oh my God, every 3 months. Because they're constantly licking their butt, licking their private parts, and licking your face. And I mean, you know, Parasite City. But if you're looking to get deeper, you got to get a stool sample and, you know, spend a little bit of money on some tests to see what kind of parasites you got. It's worth the while to do it. King Waymaker, my English ordinal is 103. Actually, Hermes. So if you like precision in numerology, right? Like I do, then you want to go to the original source as best as you can. Meaning, when you do Hermes from Greek, that's where it came from. You use the Greek numerology, and you're going to get the ancient Greek. Hermes is 65. But in the modern Greek, it's 59. And both work because the modern's going to tie into the Bible. Because the Bible was written through Koine Greek, which is modern. But Hermes is a 65 or 59. Those take precedence over anything we spell out through English. At least that's how I look at it. MC Gibbert, do you feel like the North Star can help us to not reincarnate? I've never thought about that. I think it's really simple. I would if you're somebody who has that itch, not a parasitic itch. If you have an itch, if you feel like that you resonate with, like, I don't want to come back, I would definitely encourage you to make peace with the life you got first. Because what I see a lot of people do is they curse their life. They constantly put down their life. And there's no gratitude. So that would be the first requisite that you should do, is first get into a state of gratitude. And get that into practice first before you mess around with anything else. When you finally get about a month into Gratitude Central, and when I say gratitude, I'm talking about getting in the habit of waking up and giving thanks to your bed and your pillow and your air conditioner if you live in a hot climate like I do. Taking a shower and saying thank you to your shower when you get out. That's the kind of gratitude I'm talking about. And why would you do that? Because everything wants acknowledgement in this reality. So that's the first thing that I would suggest that you do. And then if you want to still figure it out, if you have that itch, like I don't want to come back, well, then there are things to consider moving forward. Number one, how heavy is your life? And what I mean by heavy is how much attachments do you have? Is that a thing? Maybe. How much attachments do you have? Are you willing to walk away and let go of everything? Is that a requisite? Maybe. I think, as I have alluded to earlier, I think that it's possible you have to be a virgin again. And when I say virgin, am I talking about having sex? Yeah. Yep. Is that a requisite? Maybe. See, sex is an attachment. For many of you, you are attached to orgasms. You chase it like you're going to die if you don't get off. And you spend an awful amount of time looking for love. And again, I want to be very clear. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I don't care. I'm not labeling it right or wrong. I'm just letting you know what people do. What we as human beings do is we chase the thrill of oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin. Even the simplicity of eating sweets and chocolate and ice cream. You ever have ice cream and you put it in your mouth and the taste buds are like, woo! I mean, if they could talk, that's what they would do. Yeah, they'd be like, yes, oh my God, and give me more. And now you're chasing the dragon with the ice cream. That is no different than having a beer or a glass of wine or a cocktail. Give me another one. Woo, this feels good. Let's do another shot. Now you're chasing it. And that's no different than looking for love and trying to get some. It gets addictive. You go on I was just watching a show earlier today. And the scene was this guy goes on a date. For his first date with this girl that he's really attracted to. She's attracted to him. And before they went on the date, she kind of alluded to him like, I'm not going home with you and you're not coming to my place. Okay. And he's like, I wasn't thinking of that anyway. But anyway, fast forward, they're at the scene where they're at the end of the date and he's about ready to put her in the taxi for her to go home. They're in New York City. And then she kind of tells him, hey, you know when I said I don't want you to come home? Well, maybe I do. But he denies it. And then they kiss. And you see her in the emotional feeling you get as she gets into the car and she's looking at him like, oh my God, I want more. And you could tell he's like having a hard time resisting letting her go because he's like, I have a chance to go get some right now. And I just got a kiss. And it was the first one. So my oxytocin is on freaking fire right now. Turbo. And now you're just like a slave to it. Because you can't say no. How many times have you been in the position of where you can go get some and you say, nah, I'm good. You're making out, you're hot and heavy. Nah, I'm good. See you later. Bye. No, we don't do that. Because you become a slave to the oxytocin. You eat the ice cream, your taste buds are like, woo, and they want more. Give me more. Give me another scoop. Next thing you know, you're through a whole pint of Ben & Jerry's. What the hell, man? I went through a whole pint of Ben & Jerry's, half pint of Ben & Jerry's. Yeah, because the taste buds, you're a slave to your taste buds. And we're all guilty of this. We are ruled over by our senses. This is what dominates our reality, our senses. We want to get some. We want to get off. We want that love and feeling. We want the oxytocin. I want to go cuddle. I want to hold your hand. I want to kiss. I want to make out. And we get this flood of oxytocin. And then we want more. So then when you go on that date and it's amazing. It's like buying the brand new car and you drive it off the lot and you get that, ooh, yeah, look at this new car I got. I can't wait to go show it off to all my friends. Brand new car. I've had this shit box for a while. Now I got this amazing car. Wait till they see my car. Pride of ownership. It's the same thing as going on a date. You want to get it. You're like, oh, I'll drive. You get a new car. Who wants to drive? I'll drive. Yeah, because you got a new car. You want to show it off. That's what we do. I'll drive tonight because I got a new car. I want to show it off. Because I want to get that exhilaration, that feeling of people telling me, oh my God, nice car. I know it's nice, huh? With the brain, it wants more and more and more and more. It's never satisfied. That's your little devil. That's what we're addicted to. It's amazing. On one side, you can see the two sides of it. It's amazing, but it's a crutch. It'll lead you to paradise. It'll lead you to the desert. It's both. It's a paradox, man. Life is. Ultraviolet X says we seek pleasure to avoid the pain. Yeah, that's absolutely something that has a lot of merit for sure. I would concur with you there. I mean, love is what keeps this game going. It's the absolute most dominant energy. It's absolutely amazing. I don't belittle it. I'm just giving you what I see as the mechanism of how this reality works. Not labeling it as good or bad. I'm just saying this is what we do. And we normally never give it any thought. We just do it. But when you're caught up in the moment and your brain's on fire, like turbocharged, because you got a little something, a little kiss maybe, or you held someone's hand and now you feel their skin and it feels good in your hands. Like I joke, I said this before, hold your own hand, see if your oxytocin goes up. It's not going to go up. This is not going to give me satisfaction. Like, oh, Logan, your hand, like, no. If I hold the girl's hand, yeah, and I'm attracted, yeah, then it's going to flood the oxytocin and now I want more. Give me another shot, please. I want to go on another date, please. What's the difference? What is the difference between having another shot and going on another date? Having another bite of ice cream, having another piece of chocolate cake. What is the difference? There isn't any. On the Patreon, you want to see a funny decode? On the Patreon, I have a decode on penis and vagina. I broke down the words, the tarot card equivalents. It's like an hour long, penis and vagina decoded. It's on the Patreon. I think, unless I have it on the public YouTube. I can't remember where it's at, but let me check. Is it on the public YouTube? Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I don't think so. Okay, I don't know why it's not popping up. Okay, well, anyway. If you've seen it, then great. If you haven't, it's probably because it's on the Patreon. Spiderbite says, don't overindulge in any one thing. Great advice. Amazing suggestion. Very challenging for most people to do. I mean, I have said this publicly and I'll say it again. In a way, I'm addicted to decoding. Yesterday, here's an example. You want to know how much time I spend? I started my day yesterday Like after I get through, I don't count like what reading emails, my morning ritual and all that stuff. When I got back from working out and I spent 14 hours straight decoding yesterday. 14 hours. Now, I would get up and go get food and bring it back to my computer, but I would be decoding as I was eating. No breaks, other than to go to the bathroom and to eat at my desk. I have been doing that kind of time frames since 2019. So you do the math, so when people say, oh my God, your memory, yeah, because all I do is decode, I code break day in and day out. It is an addiction. And I know it is. But that is what that's what I'm being used for. So I don't deviate away from what I'm supposed to be doing. When my day comes and I'm not supposed to do it anymore, I'll know. People, you have what goes into creating videos. Everything that is done here is done. I have no outside help. It's all done in-house. From collecting the data to making all the slides through Photoshop, whether it's AI art or not, I still have to generate the graphics and create the slides and cut out and grab the numerology and connect them and do the research. And we're talking, I could spend 12 hours on a decode and then I put a video out and it's 30 minutes long. But it's got 12 hours of information tied into it. People have no idea, but that's how much time I spend. Ridiculous, like absurd amounts of time on this. So I really am thinking about taking a break. I really need to, honestly. I don't like using the word need, but yeah. The addiction must be exhausting, Maine says. No, it's not. I'm a generator in the human design. I have a ton of energy. I eat super clean. I work out 4 or 5 times a week. I drink plenty of water. I take care of myself. I get plenty of sleep. I get my 8 hours in. As soon as I get up though, man, what's the first thing on my mind? Decodes. I want to get up and do it again. And it's been like this forever. And I love it. I love every minute of it. Love it. And if I had distractions, I wouldn't be pumping out the content that I've been pumping out. You know, I've been doing this channel now since the end of 2018. So 6 years, and I have over 600 videos, like 100 videos a year. Well, yeah, because I haven't been in a relationship. I haven't had a partner. So I've had it's just me and you and the community. No distractions. If I had distractions, I wouldn't have 600 plus videos. Actually, there's over 750 if you count Patreon. So I can't even tell you how many hours that would be. How many hours of video I have content-wise on this channel. It's an absurd amount. Absurd amount. And it just won't let me stop. When I say it, I'm saying whatever's running me because I'm addicted. Like I want to know more. I want to know why that is the way it is. I want to know why this does that. I want to know psychology. I want to know why people behave the way they do. Jasmina says, addiction is letting something rule over you. Well, that fits the description. I'm totally okay with it. I don't care. I don't think it's, does it cause harm? Yeah, I sit. I have a sitting, standing desk, so I do press a button, it goes up, I stand up. But I still sit in front of EMFs all day. I like my tech. What would I do? What would you do if you didn't have your hobbies? If the internet went away, a lot of you would be lost. I'd be one of them to some degree because there'd be a big void in my life. Well, now it's getting into the course. The course is coming out, Spotlight. It's getting into that. It's wanting to get it into schools, help kids out, the parents. That's what it's coming. It's going on tour, going live, doing the hugs and handshake tour. That's the next thing that I want to do. I need to take a break from sitting in front of the computer all the time, staring in front of this camera all the time. So all of this slavement that I've been doing, the payoff is being able to get this course out, be able to teach people how to properly decode yourself, to figure out what the hell you're doing here. And when you figure out what you're doing here, the world becomes a better place. How would the world become a better place if you knew how to precisely figure out what your code is? Because then, and only if you're willing to say, I am going to adopt this as factual truth. Only if you're willing to do that will your life start to go up. And that's my final answer. I say that because of the fact that the way a car operates is very strict. Like, do we really, when you start the car up, I know how to drive, I press the gas. When your foot goes on the accelerator, the car goes forwards. If you let it off, the car stops. When you hit the brakes, the car stops. It's very instant and it's very direct. That is exactly how we operate in this world. If you're a certain life path, I know how your accelerator works. I know how you're going to stop. I know how you want to be loved when it's based on of astrology, where your Venus is low. I know how you want to be loved when I look at your Venus position. This is the advantage of dating somebody in the future. Because I have a really good idea on how you want to be loved. Not how I want to be loved, how you want to be loved. So there's no need to sweet talk somebody. There's no need to do any of this shake and bake stuff. Is just study the code so you can have the final, the seal of the deal on how somebody operates. Especially when it comes to kids. Your kids are going to get to these positions. Kids are a little bit more challenging because they're still growing into that blueprint. But the advantage is looking at the blue. If I was a parent, I would know my kid in and out. I would know how they love, how they're going to feel, how they're going to be dictating things in life, how they're going to earn their money, what their best situations are on where their living conditions are going to be, how they're going to manifest through their fifth house, what kind of partner they're going to want, and when it comes to relationships in the seventh house, what their career in midheaven is going to look like in the 10th house, what their life path is that is going to pertain to that entire chart, what their human design is going to look like, what gates are activated in their human design. Are they a projector? Are they a guide? Are they somebody who's here to initiate? Are they somebody here to be like a generator? Are they going to become a workaholic like me? I'm a straight generator. People say, how do you do it? Yeah. How do you do 5-hour podcasts? Well, I'm supposed to do it, but part of it is because I'm a generator in the human design. I have tons of energy that I need to get out. Otherwise, I get restless. This is the advantage of studying yourself. Because once you know how your blueprint is, you will not deviate away from it. When somebody says, you should be doing that, dude, piss off, man. What do you mean? That's what you would do. Just go do you, man. It's totally cool, but don't encroach on my blueprint. It's my blueprint. I'm the star of the show, not you. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me how to live my life. But that's what we do as human beings, especially relationships, and we're all guilty of it. You'll be telling your partner, I don't like the way you do that. I don't think you should be doing it that way. Well, that's your code, dude. Yeah, of course you would, because, and I see, now I know, and when you study your partner, you can be like, oh. See, if you're willing to study each other, which this should be a school. If you're married, it should be a requirement that you study each other's code, because then when the person shows up and they're like, you'll be able to not sacrifice, but understand the way that person is. And there will be less fighting, less disillusions. Because then there's an advantage of saying, okay, I know you like to do it that way, and I like to do it this way, and then you can have a meaningful conversation on how to meet in the middle. Instead of just being an asshole and saying, you're not doing it that way, I'm not doing it that way. That's the advantage of what state of mind we're moving into. Because we're moving into on-off, Aquarius. It's black or white. I'm this way, you're that way. How do we marry the two together? How do we mesh them together? And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, it's very different when you get into a relationship because sex changes everything. That's why sex to me is overrated. You notice you don't really fight too much with your friends. You can. But with a partner that you've been intimate with, there ain't nothing you won't fight about. Why do we do that? Why do we fight with the person we had sex with versus a friend who, no big deal? You don't really fight with that person because there's no attachment. There's no attachment. I'm not saying you can't fight with your friends because people do, but I'm saying the percentage of people that fight in a marriage or a relationship is way higher than in a friendship. Way higher. Why? Sex. That's why. You get attached. We get attached. Once you do the dirty, man. Once you do the cha-cha-cha, man, it's over. That's it. You're done. Unless you're just going to sleep around. Well, that's different. Daryl Golden, what about a friend you've been intimate with? There's variances in all these different cases. But sex changes relationships, final answer. And I don't think I'm being biased with this. I think this is standard for everybody. And I think that people, maybe you are addicted to chasing it. You're afraid to be alone. You're afraid to be by yourself. And I get it because women are programmed to be taken care of, to be dominated, to be chased, to hunt. Women are. And the guys, they chase, and when the chase is over, they get bored. It's the same reason why people trade their cars in every 3 years. They get bored. I've been driving that for 3 years. I'm just ready to drive something new. And what adds to I'm going to trade this car in is, it's giving me problems. It's time to trade it in. I'm tired of driving it and it's giving me problems. You can take that same scenario with relationships. I think relationships are amazing. Don't get me wrong. I've been married 3 times. So when somebody says, you don't know. Yeah, I know what commitment is. Trust me, I do know. I have tons of experience. But I also use logic and critical thinking, and I didn't use any of that back in the day. When I got married, all 3 times, I didn't use critical thinking. I used my emotions. That's what I used. And then people say, I know, but love is the only answer. Yeah, it's the only answer, but it also gets you into major trouble. It's not just a one-way street with love, man. It's a 2-way street. Spider Buddy's asking, do you think Capra Aquarians, I like that, are more used to the Aquarius energy compared to other signs? Well, if your sun sits in that space, you know, my birthday, my sun is in Capricorn, but remember the arm of Aquarius stretches out over Capricorn. So it's kind of like two signs into one. Aquarius and Capricorn are. So if you have that energy there with the sun or Mercury, or if any celestial there, that's the thing. Let's say you're somebody who's born a Virgo. Your sun is in Virgo, but your Jupiter is right in between Aquarius and Capricorn. You're going to have some of the same attributes as a person that has a sun in the same position as that Jupiter. You will have the same attributes. Even though Zeus is about your higher mind and your philosophy and the expansion of your life, the sun acts and behaves in a lot of the same ways. Let's say you have Mercury in that same place where the sun is. Mercury is the way you think. It just may be the liaison, the voice in your head may be Mercury. Hermes. So it's not just the sun's position, it is all of the activity that you have in your chart that plays a role. It's a team effort. It's like a band. The guitarist or the two guitarists and the bassist and the singer and the drummer and the keyboardist. If there's 6 members, it's all 6 members. And they are all valuable in the construct of the symphony of that song. That is how the Zodiac works. It is not just the Zodiac constellations that operate and guard over the ring of fire. They sit on the ecliptic, which is called the ring of fire, essentially guarding that. But it is when you have activity in those Zodiac signs where you will have layers upon layers of definitions. From rising sign to your descending to your midheaven, all of these play a role in how you operate as a human being. Everything is credible when it comes to the astrology chart. When you know how to cross-reference. Not just, where's your sun? Oh, my sun's in Aquarius. Okay, cool. You have definitions of Aquarius. Okay, but where's Uranus at? Why would you look to where Uranus at? Because Uranus is the Lord of Aquarius. The word Lord, like if somebody asks, if you ever heard who the Lord of the house is, that means who's the owner. So let's use Aries. Who is the Lord of Aries? Who is the owner of Aries? Mars. So who is the Lord of Aries? Mars is. So if somebody says, where's your first house Lord? They're referencing, where is your Mars? Where is your second house Lordess? Because that's Venus. So you respect the feminine. It's a Lordess. It's not a Lord. Venus is the Lordess of Taurus, ruling the second house of Taurus. Gemini, the Lord is Hermes, Mercury. Cancer, the Lordess is Selene, the moon, Luna, Lunas, and so on and so forth. So it's important to know who is the boss. And I like to call them hotels. The Zodiac signs are hotels. So when you stay in a hotel, what does it look like? What does it feel like? Is it luxurious? Like Taurus, the hotel of Taurus would be rich and elegant because it's Venus. It would be gold and jewelry and beauty. Same with Libra, the 7th house. So that's ruled by Venus. It'd be more artsy though, because Libra is more artsy. Taurus is more, it's an earth sign. Libra is an air sign. So in Libra, you'd probably hear music playing and opera and ballet and Beautiful music playing in symphonies. That's Libra because it's an air sign, and air is music waves. In Taurus, where Venus rules, it's an earth sign, so it's possessions. That's why your second house of astrology is how you will earn your money. You see? And you have to look to see where Venus is at, because if she's not in that second house, let's say she's over in the seventh house, well, maybe the way you will earn your money will be through partnerships, because Venus is in the seventh house of partnerships, and she rules the seventh and the second house. So all you have to do is know the basics of astrology, which is a lot, right? But once you know, you can cross-reference, and then it becomes super easy. You just have to have, it's like you're a mechanic, you know? You're an architect, you're an engineer, an architect, if you will. Plasma Prophet, Freddie Mercury, 6 of diamonds. Yeah, great company, great card. 6s are service to others. Well, when you're a diamond, it's I want. 6 is the first perfect number. It's the pineal gland, and it's the last day of creation. So it represents legacy and masterpiece. In Freddie Mercury's case, he became a legacy in the rock industry with the 6 of diamonds. And the 6 of diamonds becomes the 6 of pentacles, which is the giver. And what was Freddie Mercury giving to people? His music. There are other notables that have the 6 of diamonds. Dolores Cannon, past life regressionist, 6 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds is tied to Nostradamus. What was Nostradamus giving people? The quatrains. That's what his job was. He was a visionary. The tarot does a great job with this. If I can find the card. I'm striking out here. I don't know where it's at. Seven of Diamonds card is, the 7s represent the crown. The 7 is the letter L. 7, if you flip it upside down, it's the letter L, as in Elohim, the God, and that's light. So 7 means L, which is light. 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 days of the week, 7 classic planets. The diamonds, if you're a diamond, you are primary. I want materialism. I'm going to expand materialism. Now, the tricky part about the 7 is you're at the threshold of going to the higher octave. So now it must be, it's important to know what is worth things in life to you. So 7 of diamonds, man, they can amass a fortune. Because their spirit card is the 9 of hearts, which is a Venus, Saturn. These are Venus and Saturn energy. But it is a Venus energy. So Venus wants everything. She's Pandora's box. And that's wish fulfillment. So you can get bogged down in materialism with the 7 of diamonds if you're not careful. But if you're somebody who watches it, you can analyze your life and you can keep it at bay. But the 7s are the mystics. So there's a lot of mysticism to you. But the diamond adds in, I want. Now, I don't know what that means for you, because we all have our own definitions of what rich means or wealth means. But if I was a diamond, I already know that my primary driver is I want things. You're being used to experience materialism and build materialism. But the sevens are the energy where they have to let go. They can't hold on to some things. Your spirit card is an energy that has to be able to give some of that away without any expectations. What's up, Anne Marie? Thanks for coming in. That Five of Diamonds, Lord Dubsworth. If you haven't watched my YouTube Decoded, the Five of Diamonds is that's YouTube. If you're a Five of Diamonds, you should get over and watch my YouTube Decoded. The Five of Diamonds was the highlight of that presentation. Why the fives? Because fives are the restless energy. It's the shaker and mover. Five looks like the letter S, as in serpent or sun, the sun becoming. So the diamonds, they represent physicality and materialism. The fives can't get enough. They're constantly, they get their hands in a million different cookie jars. Now, these are averages. You may not resonate with everything. I'm going on what the card calls for. So it will be dictated by your astrological chart, your spirit card as well. That will have some say in it. And your life path and human design and all these other layers may affect on or off of what I'm saying here. Syncubi says, I like Aleister Crowley tarot cards. I never got into the Crowley deck. I just like the Rider-Waite deck, and I'm creating my own cards because for me, they're not, the images and the reflections of these cards, I don't think are the most accurate. But of course, I'm channeling this information, so for me, it's me against the cards. So I take this deck and I'm like, well, I can make it I'm not going to say better. I'm going to make it my way. Like, I think everybody's motto in life should be Frank Sinatra's I Did It My Way. Ultimately, that should be everybody's theme song. The unofficial theme song should be I Did It My Way by Frank Sinatra. Because that's what you're doing anyway. You're doing it your way. But I wasn't a fan of the Crowley deck at all. I just... It's too much going on. It's super busy. There's really no definitives. This Rider-Waite deck is the closest you're going to get to the original. Because if you study the historicity of the tarot from what I've found, it came from Egypt. And they had the wands like the Rider-Waite did, and they had the swords. They didn't have what the Crowley deck did. Crowley deck, the prince and all this stuff, he did all different stuff. I'm not saying that it's wrong, by the way, right? If that's the deck you fancy to use. I don't agree with him switching justice and strength at all, because I know that strength and what it means, the number 8 is the infinity symbol, and that's strength. That can't be justice. So I really, really do not agree with what he's postulated. But he probably has some reasons that he'd be able to throw out that I don't know about. So with that being said, I say that with a grain of salt because I don't have everything on the table on why he decided he wanted to create it the way he created it. So if somebody here has a Jack of Diamonds, how about Jack of Diamonds had never been into materialism? Well, again, there's the spirit card to consider as well. So if you're not somebody who resonates with creating something, I mean, I should backtrack and say it's not just about being wealthy or creating something on materialism, it's the primary driver is being free for you as a Jack. But your spirit card is the 3 of spades. And a lot of people that I know, myself included, resonate more with their spirit card than they do with their ego card. I don't resonate with my ego card as much as, not even close, than I do with my spirit card. So the Jack of Diamonds spirit card is the 3 of spades, and the spade suit is I am. So the hearts is I feel, the clubs is I think, the diamonds is I want, and the spades is I am, because you're at the spiritual reality. So if your spirit card is the 3 of spades, you become the I am, and the 3 means I am creative. So it's the card of, typically the notion is it's the artist. The 3 of spades is. So that may supersede your Jack of Diamonds. And again, I know a lot of people, myself included, that's the case. So it's not just the ego card we have to look at. We have to look at the spirit card as well. Yeah, Debbie, you're the 9 of diamonds, and you're the 9 of diamonds. The 9 of diamonds is the Neo card, right? So it's the savior, it's the giver. The 9 of diamonds is a card of being the giver. But your spirit card is the Queen of Diamonds. And the Queen of Diamonds is a card that's multifaceted. But when you're a double diamond, your main driver is collecting things. But the 9 of diamonds is to give it away. In chess, you're a white bishop. Your 2 chess pieces are white. You're a white bishop and the queen on the white side as your spirit card. So you have the ability to amass things to the definitions of your code. And again, it will be solely based on your definitions, not mine. Not what the book says, what your code says. But the 9 is the one you're on television, and the Queen of Diamonds is tied to Mary and the Queen of Heaven. So we have, the planetary ruler card's cool, occult prophet. That's like advanced stuff, and I think to me it's minimal compared to, like, when you look at your astrological chart, you take all of your cards and you dump them into the placements of the astrological chart. And they have definitions to every single one of those. So the planetary ruler card will be tied to a specific definition. But I don't think it's as important as the spirit card. To me is the most important card. Because that's your handler. Like, handler meaning when you walk your dog, you're handling the dog. That's your spirit card. Your spirit card is the one that operates you. You could say that's your representative. Sync-UB, Jack of Clubs is the Jack of Diamonds. Your spirit card's the Jack of Diamonds. So the Jack of Clubs is, like, I call it the Swiss Army knife Jack. It's the Black Knight on the chessboard. So you have the Black Knight and you have the White Knight as your spirit card. You literally have polar opposite energy. You have the yin-yang energy on the chessboard. So the spirit wants to be free. The Jack of Diamonds is the card of the United States of America, which is land of the free, home of the brave. It's a very slow-moving, deliberate energy. But the Jack of Clubs is I think it's a very occult energy. It's it's a very, very intelligent jack. The horses, they go into battle. It's not afraid to get its hands dirty. The Jack of Clubs, the Knights, the Black Knights, the Batmans. Okay, the horse, the Jack of Clubs are extremely intelligent because they're trying to get the position of the king. They work for the king, but they're trying desperately to get to the king position, the top position. The Jacks are. They're the Knights. They're like this is where you look at like militia and you have the captains or whatever, and they want to become the boss. Well, they're at the knight position, right? They get knighted, and that's where you're at with the Jack of Clubs. Your objective is to get to the status of the king. So you already have been gifted with great intelligence and a deep understanding. But I think you're in your head a lot with the Jack of Clubs. Card 24. Your element is the element chromium. So you may want to look into chromium physically because you may be deficient in that through your body. Chromium. Debbie, no, if you're a Nine of Diamonds, you're the Queen of Diamonds. Your spirit card's the Queen of Diamonds. All right. The spirit card is, you go on this chart right here. If you don't have this chart, I offer it free on my website. So it's under my resources tab. It gives you all of these right here. You can download all these. The date, the calendars, here's the birthday chart card, the tarot. I have the Chinese in here, what your Chinese zodiac will be. But here's the card chart. So right here is your master life configuration. This is where your birth card's going to sit. Okay. So Debbie, here you are, Nine of Diamonds, right here. And then all you do is come over to the master spirit side and you locate that same card in the same spot. And there's the Queen of Diamonds for you, Debbie. Nine of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds. So you start here and you just find the same card in the spot occupying it. And you'll get this is your spirit card. This is unmovable. This is the configuration of the divine. The L. This operates this. Some of you will resonate more with this side than you will with this side. There is no right or wrong answer in this, by the way. It's not like you have to graduate or refine yourself to the spirit side. Whatever your code calls for, and I will be very clear, it's not cookie cutter. And then you can look to see what energy is operating, like Debbie has Uranus and Mars. That's what this square sits in, Uranus and Mars. And you sit in space number 44. I mean, 38. So these are all numbered. But when you know how to read the energy, like Uranus is heaven, okay? And Mars is war, drive, ambition, determination. Unconventional drive, what this Nine of Diamonds is, because that's the card of you're on television. So it's an unconventional, unorthodox, not any one way but your own, and your drive and your testosterone is that Nine of Diamonds. Guarded over by the Queen of Diamonds, the Queen of Heaven. So that's how you find that. And I hope you all, let me just, if you haven't been to the, if you just go to my website, Cosmic Sugar, when you get here, you get to the, hold on. When you get to the website, you come to this resources right here. Not the blog, but the resources. You click on the resources, and then this page will pop up. And you just scroll down here, and if you click on this, it'll give you the ability to download in a zip file all of these charts that I have here. Okay, so you have the references for all these. And this should be on your phone, by the way, because when you find somebody that you meet for the first time, you should be asking, what's your birthday? And you look up their birth card, and then you can study their card. And you, like, if you're going to get into a business partnership with somebody, it's a cheat sheet, because you know how they're going to behave and act in a certain way. So you'll find that there with the resources. Okay. Also, under my books page, I have this book called The Cards of Earth Casino. It's already out now, but I'm only doing private sales on it until I get it on to the website. So if you want this book, I have it available in PDF. It's $20, $19.99, and you could just send me an email, and I can just just have to do it directly through me. There's all the different payment methods, and then I email it to you. It's formatted for your phone or computer. But I also have this one that you can download for free, and it's about naming your body. If you have any injuries, if you have any aches and pains in your life, well, this book will tell you how to name your body. Because you want to talk to your body, man. Your liver and your kidneys, you should name them and talk to them like they're your children. So this book tells you how to do that and why you do that. And you can download it for free. You should be taking the Enneagram. You come to the Enneagram, you should know what type you are. These are all the Enneagrams. If you don't know what your type is, you can take the free test. You click on this, it takes you to this website. I will be very clear. Do not pay any money for the test when you finish it. It should be completely free, because they will ask you if you want to buy the report. You do not have to buy the report, just so you know. Okay? So don't buy anything. So you have that resource. And then we also added the Poseidon here. We added where your Poseidon is located. So you locate your Poseidon in your astrology, and then where's your Poseidon? I have all the zodiac signs, and it will give you definitions on each and every location. It'll tell you has a little fun thing here, and it'll tell you your core identity, what your liability will be for Poseidon. Poseidon is your mysticism. Poseidon is, what birthed you into this reality. So it's a big deal. Okay. And then the astrology has the cosmic timelines that you can check out. I have Aries to Pisces to Aquarius to Capricorn, and what these cards look like and what's going to be ruling over. And then we have the numerology page, which has all of the numbers 1 through 13. So you can read your birthday from here. If you're a 31 birthday, you'd read the 3 and 1. If you're a 24, you read the 2 and 4. Okay? Your life path, you read your life path in here. Okay? All the digits are here. And then if you are interested in a reading, yeah, I do offer them. I have them on this page right here. I have all my readings here if you want to go through it. And this is a tarot reading. I have reading number 2, which is the reading itself. And then reading number 1 comes with a personalized report. I go over all that on the phone call. All right. So if you're interested in something like that, then I have that stuff there. So we have a lot of stuff going on. And then I got the course coming out as well. So that's pretty exciting. Duncan's asking, if you start the calendar with the Sun Galactic Center alignment, would the birthday cards begin with the King of Spades or the Ace of Spades? Well, I mean, I've configured them already with the new year starting if you're in the Tropic of Cancer in March. So we have 2 life paths that I know of. You have the Gregorian life path, the standard life path, where January is the month number 1, and then you have your solar life path, where March is the first month if you're in the Tropic of Cancer. If you're born in Australia, September's your first month. Got to get it right. So if you're born in Australia or New Zealand or South Africa, Cape Town, your month number 1 is September. That's your solar. Most of us here are in Tropic of Cancer, so your March will be your first month. So when you adjust to that, it will change your life path. For the majority of people that I know, when you adjust it to the solar, it's way more accurate. Syncope, is there a possibility to use? I don't even know what ideal payment is. I don't have any control over the Patreon and what they accept. So if they don't have your payment method on there, there's nothing I can do. I apologize. That's just... What's up, Jode Star? Thank you so much for your support. Someone's asking me about archaics, Bates. When are you hooking up with archaics? I don't know what's up, man. Big John, who's Jason's kind of, I don't know if he's his producer or what, but he reached out to me. Shit, man, it's been over a month. It's been a minute, man. He reached out to me and he said, hey, Jason's doing podcasts again and he wants to bring you on. And I'm like, yeah, totally. And I haven't heard from him. So I don't know what happened. I was going to go to his event, Jason's event in Houston on Memorial Day weekend, and I couldn't do it. I had 2 readings. I had a podcast to do. I was committed. I couldn't fit it into my schedule. I was going to go though. But I didn't make that. So maybe an event in the future. But I'm just waiting to hear back from them. They got busy probably. I don't know. Oh, Dutch. Yeah, I don't know. Probably if it's not on the Patreon, it's not available, and there's just nothing I can do about that. Sorry. I'll have to. Thanks, Debbie. I'll have to reach out to Big John again. Maybe I don't know. He's launched 4.0. I would imagine is that his OFIS program? We got Ireland in the house. Nice to have you. I wish I could instantly and automatically talk Irish. I really like their accents because it's just such a, I don't know. I think it's just a cool accent. It's very, I don't know. Can't even put it into words. I think it's a cool accent. XRP. I've already done a decode on crypto. I've had so many people ask me, do it on this coin and do it on that coin. I'm like, and I'll tell you the same thing. If you're interested in a coin, there's minimal information on coins. So unless you can bring to the table, if you got a coin that you want decoded, you got to bring to the table the founders, their birthdays, because it's like scarce information. You can't find it. I've looked at some of these altcoins and you can't find the people you can't find when they released it. There's no release date, nothing. So it's impossible without a release date. I need the birthday of the coin. So I know. So we can look at the cards. Like, okay, to give you an example, XRP turns 13 this month. It's 13 years old this month. And that's a big number. 13 is. Now I have ideas on what card it is, but I don't have definitives. So I'm not going to do any predictions on it. I have no clue, and I don't trade, so I'm not even in that space. I am very ignorant when it comes to crypto. I am not the guy to ask on that. Absolutely ignorant. I mean, when I did Bitcoin, you have January 3rd, you had the release date, you had the state, you had all that I had all that kind of stuff. Bitcoin was released on January 3rd. That's the Jack of Spades, which is the card of revolution. And then you had Satoshi's Five of Spades, which is the card of the Illuminati. So we already had definitives with with Bitcoin. That's why it was easy to do it. And then XRP, I only had the 3 guys that released it, but then it was this coin and then Ripple. And so there's just a lot of variances with it. For me to do a decode on something, I need the birthday. I need the founding date. Otherwise, it's going to be vanilla. I don't like to do vanilla. It's not worth it. Yeah, I know my friend Bumps went to the crypto conference in Vegas last weekend. She said it was off the hook. It was amazing. It was packed. Let me show you. I got a sneak peek. I'm going to show all of you right now since you're here. Let me show you a little bit of material. So I obviously have a lot of slides over here, right? I just want to show you a few. So this is a big deal, and I've talked about this. I've talked about how big the latitude longitude is for the Pyramid of Giza. If you watched my Robert Edward Grant Decoded, I showed you how scripted his life was. I sent it to him. He watched it. He replied on it. He was like mind blown. Yeah, because his life's not his own. He's tied right to the freaking pyramids. Anyway, I hope I get to meet him one day. I like him. Anyways, neodymium, man. Neodymium is magnetic. It's very magnetic. 29 and 31 gives you 60. Neodymium, Neo, the savior, tied to the pyramids, man. That's why the Ankh looks a hell of a lot like Venus. Oh yeah, eternal life. What is eternal life? Love. That's why Jesus is tied to the bright morning star, which is love. That's why Jesus is tied to Horus, which is Egypt, the son of Isis, which is Virgo. This 143 right here is tied to the numerology of these 7 elements, because it's all chemistry. The sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the classic 7. This is traditional astrology. Of course, now we have Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, all the asteroids. So it's extended now. But look at what the numerology is of all 7 of these elements that represent each of the planets. 143. So the 143 is tied to the 60, and that means that these planets are magnetic. Tied to that. Then, when you add them all up, And you add up the neutrons, protons, and electrons, all of them. Look at what number you get. The same numbers as this. The same numbers as this right here, which leads to this right here. So, you mean to tell me that the pyramids, numerically, alchemically, are all in cahoots here? They're all tied together? How can that be? Well, because you're looking at a scripted reality, man. This is the code, man. And the last thing I'll show you, and why I know Jesus is tied to the serpent, is the revelation right here. This is Jesus telling you, Revelation 3 verses 16, he's telling the church, hey, if you're not polarized, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. Yeah, well, you're in his mouth, which is the belly of the beast, which is the serpent, you see. So this is the original Greek numerology for, this is Apocalypsis in Greek, chapter 3, verses 16, and just like that, you have that 143. So this, I will spit you out of my mouth, is tied to the 7 classical planets, which is tied to the pyramids and the latitude, longitude of this. And that's why Jesus is tied to Horus, the child of Isis. And that's why Isis is Virgo. And that's why Egypt predates the Bible. Tied to ancient Sumeria. This is tied to copper, the copperhead snake. The snake tied to love and light. Reincarnation. Transformation. Yeah. I said a lot, like a few years ago, I said, if these pyramids got removed, which they never will because they're protected, our reality would change. And then what? Just a few months later, a few months ago, they said there's like things, cylinders built underneath these pyramids they found. Yeah, well, I'm not taking any credit for what I'm saying because I'm channeling. It ain't me saying it, folks. What I'm showing. You think I did all this? Yeah, I'm the instrument creating all these graphics. I have to create all this shit. This is AI, yeah. But I have to tell the AI what I want. Then I have to create all these things. This is all my stuff, right? It ain't me doing it. So when I'm a code breaker, this is what I'm supposed to do, to show you how this is all connected and how it's all chemistry. And even the Neo character in the Matrix is Jesus, the Savior. And that's why the serpent is the deceiver in the Bible. But the serpent tells you, hey, you're not going to die. Well, what do you think Jesus tells you? You'll be with me in paradise. You'll be with me in eternal life. Same offering. Love, man. This is spirit into matter. Spirit into matter. That's what it means, man. And this serpent race, if you go into theology, is tied to the very first man that was birthed into this world. You know what his name is? Cain. Adam and Eve, their first son was Cain. That's who he was. Cain was the first baby born from Adam and Eve. Cain was the first dude that murdered his brother. It didn't take long for sin to kick in, did it? No distractions, no internet, no influences, no movies to watch to influence your brain about killing people. No, Cain just murdered his first brother, the very first 2 dudes, and we have the first murderer. Didn't take long on the story of creation. Ridiculous. Well, when you study Adam and Eve, there's a very good possibility that the fruit that Eve ate meant that she had sex with somebody else. And that person that she had sex with was of the serpent race. This is how crazy the story can get. And then Cain murdered his brother because he was the offspring of the serpent race. Adam was not the father of Cain. Now, I'm not saying that's absolutely true, and I'm not even saying the story is true. It's allegorical. But it's possible that in that context of the story, the forbidden fruit was Eve having sex with the serpent or a serpent race, and then Cain gets born into it, and now you have the serpent race being born, and he kills his first brother. Didn't take long. That's the crazy thing. It's like, man, how close to perfection would you have been if you're the very firstborn born into this world and there's no influences? There's no violent movies to watch. You're not watching or listening to murderers. There's no historicity of them, and you just murder your brother right away. I mean, come on. Really? Where's our critical thinking? Anyways. Let me just change this music. Cali Girl says Adam ate the fruit, so he was gay. Maybe. Maybe. I just don't think the fruit was a fruit. You know what I mean? I think it was sex. I think that Eve may have had sex and then she gave it to Adam. She's like, oh, you got to try this. And let's have sex. Because there's no mention of that in the beginning in that story. There's no mention, like they didn't even know they were naked, meaning they were completely naive. And then once they had the sex, they realized, holy shit, I'm naked. Whoa, wait a minute, what's going on here? But I think the story of like, so Eve had sex and be like, oh my God, Adam, you got to try this. Think about it, man. They're virgins. They never had sex. Don't even know what it's like. Don't even know they're naked. She gets slipped one and then she goes and tells Adam, oh my God, dude, you got to try this. So anyways, but again, who knows? I have no idea. It wasn't there. Can't even say it was real. No one will ever know. But I definitely don't think that we come from those two people, because I don't look Japanese and Japanese people don't look like me. I don't look like I'm from Africa and they don't look like they're from where I'm from. So I just highly doubt that we are from two people. I just don't buy that story. I think that's a crock of shit. That doesn't make, that's not using critical thinking. And as I said, that story is from ancient Sumeria, ancient Babylon, ancient Egypt. That story, the Bible, is from those other books. Exposing Ma's tricks, Logan, are we all Paul? Do the scales need to... I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Ultraviolet says they were supposed to wait. I mean, it doesn't say anything about that in the story. You have to kind of put two and two together, but the context is there, obviously. And then I think, you know, through the context of that story where the serpent beguiled me, yeah, maybe the serpent, you know, kind of had sex with me. And it wasn't a serpent, obviously. It wasn't a snake. I mean, that's silly. And even the snake is like, if I came on here next week, if I come on here on What's Your Question 104 and I sat down and I was in front of you and I said, you will not believe what happened to me at the zoo. I just got back from the San Diego Zoo and I went to where the cobras were at. I know you're not going to believe me, but the snake talked to me. It started having a conversation with me. Would you believe me? Would you believe me if I told you that I had a conversation with a snake at the San Diego Zoo? No. So why do we really think there was a talking snake? No one's ever talked to a snake in the historicity of mankind. But we're supposed to think that one talked in the garden to the very first human beings of where we came from? Do you see the absurdity of this? So if you're not going to believe that I talked to a snake at the San Diego Zoo, why do we want to believe that that actually happened in the context of that story? Because as I said, it's absurd for me to even come and tell you that. Yeah, whatever, dude. You're off your rocker. What have you been drinking? People would think I'm crazy. But yeah, we believe that story. Where's our critical thinking? No, they're allegorical. And they're stories at best. No one's ever talked to a snake. And until a snake comes and starts talking to you, it's an allegorical situation. It means something different. I mean, yeah, you want to, I don't know if you've ever studied this. I've been on some good ones lately. Look at this. If you don't believe that I talked to a snake at the San Diego Zoo, then why are we believing the story in Genesis? No one's ever done it ever. It's never happened. Okay? But on top of that, let me show you another silly one. How about this one? Scientology. This is so far out there. Now, I'll let you know that L. Ron Hubbard, okay? L. Ron Hubbard, this dude, if you study the historicity of this guy, he was a science fiction writer. Before he ever opened up the church, he was a science fiction writer. He went in the military, and he got involved with this church. And what did he do? He took his talent of writing. He creates this story of, this is what it says. He creates this. This is the base of the church now. He has this science fiction character called Xenu. And he was a galactic ruler who brought billions of people to Earth and killed them by hydrogen bombs by placing them next to volcanoes around the Earth. And then there was these thetans that end up attaching to human beings. And that is why when they bring you in, you will have to get tested and you do the clear and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is the base fundamental of Scientology. A science fiction writer, folks. What do you think? And people believe this. People believe this stuff, man. Even South Park did a joke about it. South Park did a whole roasting about it. But that is what this church is all about. This man was a science fiction writer. He took his ability as a prolific science fiction writer. He turned it into a religion called Scientology. And I'm not saying that it doesn't have some merit to it on helping people become better people. Absolutely, because I have friends that have done it. But the base of this is Xenu, a galactic federation alien. That's the fundamental of their church. Are you buying this? So you have that science fiction story, and then we have a snake talking to a woman in the garden, and we supposedly came from those two people, but yet no one's ever talked to a snake ever in the historicity of mankind before. Where is our critical thinking? Where is it? It's coming back. We're remembering, and now we have the critical thinking because the age of Aquarius is like, well, wait a second. Wait a minute. Yeah, I can't just go to the zoo and talk to a snake. Now, I'm not saying aliens don't exist. But when you connect the dots between what L. Ron Hubbard did and how good of a writer he was, and then he took that into, and there's a lot of tidbits, and then he moved it into the religious thing, and the main reason why is the tax write-off. You can easily start to see like, oh my God, this is the base, this is their story, is a science fiction story. Whoo! And that's why people call it a cult. Well, guess what? Life's a cult. My life, your life, it's a cult. The whole thing, life, the complete totality of life is a cult. Every archetype, every television show, every movie series, they're all cults. Our life is a cult, man. Life is a cult. The entire formation of life itself is a cult. If it doesn't get you that way, it's going to get you your way. Everything's based on what your programming is all about. Everything. I don't think it can be any other way. Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard was deep into the occult. He was friends with Jack Parsons. He lived with Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was a prodigy of Aleister Crowley. He was part of the Thelema. They did rituals. They did sex magic. I mean, they were big into that stuff. If you read this story of it, now I'm just regurgitating that. I'm not saying that's absolutely true, but what the story and the biography is on, he was friends with Jack Parsons, who was big into sex magic, and they manifested a woman called Madame Therion or something like that, who he ended up marrying. But to think that the fundamental of a religion that is a conglomerate that's tax exempt, that have the highest paid lawyers, you can't touch them now because they use the system, and the system is a joke. If you want to know how the system is, go watch the show Suits. Amazing show. And you'll see that if you got the money, you can get off not serving time. Or if you can pay somebody, you can maybe you can shave a little bit off here. It's all a big freaking setup coup. Confidential informants. Oh, if I rat somebody out, you'll give me less time. But that person who didn't have the ability to rat somebody out, they're going to get the maximum amount of time. It's who you can tell on to get the least amount of time. It's just a big joke, man. And if you got a high-powered attorney who knows how to talk and use the system and is a good orator, a good navigator through that, get you out of anything. So when you want to play in that arena, man, the courts and all that stuff, you're now playing on their court. But Suits is an amazing show. And I like watching it because it you get the realization of how that system is structured, what people do. When you're in that set of circumstances, you're asleep. How can you be awake? No, because you're an agent. What I mean by agent is that you're playing the game and you're engaging with other agents. That's the name of the game, is to engage with other agents. An agent being somebody who is playing the game at a very high level, and then they bring other people into play. I'll just sue you, and now you're playing on my court, and now I'm going to force you to do it. That's like an agent. But the system is a joke. And I mean that with the utmost respect, right? Like, it's an archetype. I respect the archetype, but I think when I say it's a joke, I mean, how can you just let somebody off because they got money or because they ratted somebody out? Because they're trying to get to the other person, and oh, that person doesn't matter. So your crime is just as bad, but I'm going to let you off because I want to get to this other person. That's not guaranteed. It's not even guaranteed I'm going to get to them. The sure bet is I get to you, but I'm going to let you have a little bit of time off because I want to get to this person. And it's no guarantee that I will. And they don't always get that way. And that is polarization. Lawyers and crime and police and military and war, that is all polarization. Polarized. It's the prosecutor against the defense. Polarization. There is no difference between Jesus and the devil than there is a prosecuting attorney and a defense attorney. That is the same set of principles. One person's trying to take the other person down. One person's trying to put another person in bars. The prosecuting attorney is trying to get a life sentence. Jesus is trying to get the devil put into the abyss. What is the difference? It's the same thing, man. Just told it and wrapped in a different way. Polarization. That is the name of the game. Polarization. Polarization. Are you polarized? Yeah, Debbie, I don't know when you see things, they're for you. Like a lot of people, I'd be very careful about some of these websites that you go to as well, because a lot of people say, what does this mean? What does that mean? If you go look up any number, you'll have tons of examples of opinions on what seeing 444 means. But if you want to know what numbers mean, go study the basis of numerology. Because 4 means stability. 444 is a triplicate of stability. That's it. 111 is a triplicate of 1. And 1 is me. 111. Ego, ego, ego. Identity, identity, identity. 333. Expansion, expansion, expansion. Force of expansion 3 times. 555. The multiplication 3 times of manifestation. 5. That's all there is to it. It's not difficult. So all you need to know is learn number 1, number 2, number 3, all the way to the number 9. And now you have the base to learn any set of numbers. It's that easy. So I'm telling you that because a lot of you see code, and I get asked this a lot. Like, what does this mean? I don't know what it means for you because I don't know what's going on in your life. Even if I had a conversation with people, they don't tell me everything. They hide shit. We all hide stuff. So it's kind of like an attorney. You know what an attorney will tell you? Tell me everything. If you want me to defend you, you can't be lying. You can't be leaving anything out. I need to know every single thing. A lot of people don't do that. They lie. Even their own attorney who are protected, they're protected by attorney-client privileges. That's the other joke. Attorney-client privileges. But anyway, When you know your base fundamental of numbers, and you'll know your code. If you start seeing 555 all the time and you're like, what does that mean? And you ask me, I have no idea what's going on in your life. I can tell you what 555 means, but that doesn't mean it's going to mean that for you. Maybe it's telling you to pay attention to your fifth house. What's in your fifth house? If you don't know what's in your fifth house, you may miss that marker. So it's like having tools as a carpenter, right? If I show up as a carpenter and I have 100 tools in my toolbox and I'm out to try to get the job, like I show up and I'm pricing the job, like I want to get the job, but 5 other contractors come to the job and we're pricing it out, but the person wants to know, well, what do you got for your tools? I got 100 tools and the other 4 guys have 50 tools. Well, as long as I check out, they're going to probably hire me because I got 50 more tools than they got. So it's the same set of circumstances when it comes to decoding your life. The more things you know about yourself, the easier it will become. The more you will be able to be given the eyes to see. But if you don't know your astrological chart, if you don't have it memorized, you may miss things. You will miss things. You'll miss things. If you don't know what your life paths are, you'll miss things. If you don't know what your name numerology is, you'll miss things. So this code that you're seeing are embedded in these things I'm talking about. Block FYE says, I know our true maps aren't from Gregorian. I don't know what you mean by that. Constance, you're asking about your life path. I don't, 5, 12, 12, 79, that, I would imagine 1979 you were born. Is it May 12th, 1979? All you have to do is take all the digits and add them up one by one. So if you're born in May, it's 5. And if you're born on the 12th, it's +1 +2. 5 +1 +2. 1979 +1 +9 +7 +9. And then you'll get your double digit, and then you just add those numbers up until you get to a final single digit. That's your Gregorian life path, though. If you're born in the month of May, it's month number 3. Because March is the number 1. That is if you're born above the equator in the Tropic of Cancer. If you are born in Cape Town, South Africa, or Australia, or New Zealand, month number 1 is September. People have been using a Gregorian standard calendar to go off of for their life paths when they're not even born under the first month of March. Because in Australia, it's your fall time. March is. So why would you give it month number 1 when it's your fall time? Because we're in the habit of doing that. What's up, Lane? You're so welcome. I appreciate it. I still don't know. Still don't know what you mean, block FYE. What's the tropical between my times and hers? I don't know what you mean by what you're asking me. Okay, so where's your birth? Where are you born? Block FYE. Where are you born? Are you born in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere? Let me see if I can pull this up and show you something. Give me 1 second. I have a million tabs open, so. Not that many. I got about 60 tabs open at the same time. All right. I'll show all of you what I mean by the sun's position, so you can get educated on this. So you'll have, if you like precision, you've come to the right place. If you like the 1 + 1 = 2 precision, that's what I'm going to show you here. Just let me get this page open, which is going to, for some reason, taking forever to load. Okay. Oh, that's not it. Hold on, I'm almost there. Hang on, I'm almost there, folks. Patience. There it is. So this right here is, and I've shown this so many times before, but if you're new here, well, then this is probably something new for you, obviously. These images that you're looking at right here are actual images of the sun taken on the same day of every month for 13 months. You have to go 13 because if you go 12, it will not create the full sine wave. This right here is the sine wave, which makes up pi, 3.14. That's why the sun is tied to pi. This is the dragon. This is the serpent. That's why Ra has a serpent cobra over its head. Now, if you're born in the Tropic of Cancer, London, Boston, Miami, Poland, Russia, it will be this. March is your first month. This is springtime. We all know that the spring equinox is March 20th or 21st, right around there. But if you're born in the Tropic of Capricorn, Australia, New Zealand, Cape Town, South Africa, Rio de Janeiro, September is your first month. Because when we're celebrating springtime here, you're celebrating fall. So September becomes your first month. So when you're doing your life paths, these are your solar life paths. And so if you're born in the month of May, it will be in the Tropic of Cancer. If you're born in London, in the month of May, your month would be, you'd start with the number 3, and then you add your birthday to it, and then you add your year, 19, 1 + 9, and whatever year, 73, 7 + 3. But if you're over here and you're born in Australia or New Zealand or something like that, you use these numbers. September's your first month, September's your last month. Okay? That's how this works. And it gets even more detailed because March is double because it has to form this sine wave, and March becomes the 13th month, and that's because March 20th or 21st is when you start this number 1. So if you're born on like March 15th, you'd actually be month number 13 because you haven't hit springtime yet. This is very accurate, as is this. Okay? That is how you do your solar life path. Yeah, absolutely, Jasmina, which I already showed. If you go to my decode called I think it was Superstar Part 4. My Superstar series. If you watch them from start to finish, all of them, it shows that. And that is the ribonucleic acid. The sun creates the ribonucleic acid, which is the messenger of the deoxyribonucleic acid. RNA is the messenger of DNA. And this connects to the sun being the messenger. That's why when you get Christos, when you get anointed, Christos is the RNA being the messenger to the DNA. You get to be a Messiah. Christos, Creo, gold, the sun. So solar life path will be based on March being the first month in the Tropic of Cancer, September being the first month in the Tropic of Capricorn. Got it? Okay. Yeah, Alonzo, what's up, man? Your Gregorian is March 2nd. Yeah, you're 8 of spades. But you would fit under the category of 13 repeating itself, so February would be the 13th month. So you'd become a 9 life path. Now you got to go read about the 9 life path and see if you resonate with that. So I'm not saying it's going to be a final answer. What I will say is that it's a layer to the onion. For me and so many others, the solar life path is way more accurate, but not for everybody. So I'm not going to tell you that the solar has to be more accurate. I would never tell you that. It's going to be up to you. Remember, life is not cookie cutter. There's not one way to go. When I do my decodes, folks, I have so many tools I use. I have tons of tools I use. And can I take the same tool and use it for every single measurement? No, I cannot. It doesn't fit that way. When I get a nod, when I get a message, when I get a decode, when I get something that channels through me and I present it, can I duplicate it? Sometimes I can't. But that doesn't mean that what I decoded loses its value. Yeah, folks, if you want to listen, when you get your life path, all right, when you get your life path, all you have to do is go to my numerology page. Okay? And all you got to do is come here to the numerology page and just look up your number. And inside these numbers, I've made them fun. I have quotes in here. I tell you what the main energy is. I tell you what planet it's linked to, what zodiac sign it's linked to, what color it's linked to. I tell you what the assets are, what the liabilities are, what you're good at, what you're not good at, the things that'll challenge you, the things that you'll accelerate at. And then if you're a one life path and you have energy in Aries in your astrology chart, if your Mars is at a dominant position, it's going to strengthen this position. You know, if I go to Mastering the Zodiac, like it doesn't matter who this is, but if he has a one life path and then he's got Uranus in Aries, which is the first zodiac sign, it will strengthen this position here. It's going to make this more dominant. Because now his numerology lines up with this. And then I'm going to look at where his Mars is at, and his Mars is over here. It's going to strengthen this area right here. In his second house. That's how easy this is, folks. So all you have to do is get your number and then look it up. And if you like to do the master numbers, that's totally cool. I think they're interesting to look at. But ultimately, all of them will link down to a single digit. So if you're a 22, a 33, you're going to be a 6 or a 4. And if you're an 11, you'll be a 2. You can read both. But you have a boss. Everything is going to go down to the root number, which are the single digits. So there'll be these 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're going to be one of these. All of you. Okay? This is your root. One's me, myself, and I, your spirit. You don't like to be second. You like to be in first place. Twos like to be in partnerships. They don't like conflict. They like to work with people. This is collecting things. This is being in a partnership. Threes, this is the breakout. You threes, you want to use your voice, communication. You're creative. This is the expansion of communication and creativity. 4 are the teachers and students. They want stability in their lives. 5s are the Indiana Jones. They want to go on a lot of adventures. You are the busybodies of the numbers. You don't sit still. You like variety and change. 6s are the artists. They are the cosmic parents. They're here to leave off their legacy and masterpiece. 7s are the mystics. 7 is El, upside down. It's the Elohim. It's the 7 colors of the rainbow. You are a critiquer. You're a mystic. You're on a mystical path. 8s are this is power. So I got the devil here because it represents power. 8 is a number of power. Okay, it's a self-contained number. There's nothing coming out of this. It's sealed. So there's a lot of, that's why the infinity symbol, this is power. 8. And then the 9s are the hermits. They are the sages. They are the learners. They are the aristocrats. They are the humanitarians. The fire represents the eternal flame that never goes out, and it's standing on a bunch of books because it's very wise. It can be one of the toughest life paths to have because you are the culmination of all the other numbers before you. So it could be a last life opportunity for you. I say if, I can't prove it. That's how simple this is, folks. Once you know this, you will know astrology because now you'll know the first house of astrology. If you want to know astrology, just study the numbers. This will tell you what your first house means. Your first house will be about your leadership and your independence. It represents your beginnings. It represents your new ideas. It represents your drives. That's the first house of Aries in astrology. That's it. That's what it means. Then you get into the number 2. This is the house of Taurus and Venus. That's why it has Venus here. So it's about your partnerships. It's where you start to collect things. Right? Then you get into 3, Gemini. Now Gemini wants to expand. Now you're going to use your voice. You're going to use your ideas. This is your 3rd house of communication and creativity. Then you go into the 4th house and it's represented by Cancer. Cancer is ruled by the moon. These are the colors of these numbers. These are going to be power colors for people. So the 4 represents emotions and intuition. That's what the moon is. And so on and so forth. So when you know all these numbers, you'll know all the houses of astrology. And I have them all here. I have all 13, all 12. So if you study these numbers, you'll know astrology. So people ask me, where should I start? Start here. Numerology, man. Because everything starts and ends in numbers. Everything is measured in numbers. Everything. I can take this cell phone. I can weigh it. Numbers. I can measure it. Numbers. It's numbers, 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 numbers. Even the fourth book of the Bible is Numbers, which is the fourth book, which is the heart, stability. Everything is numbers, man. Code. When you write a website, WordPress, if you do that, letters, numbers, and symbols. You just saw my website. If anything is off on that website, like if you go, this is what our reality looks like. Let's see if I can get it. This right here, this is how the website works and functions. This. See, if I go here and do it this way, whoops. If I do it this way, see all this code right here? As I go through all this, it'll start to highlight it. This is what makes all of the final product. Look at what goes into this. This is how we create the computer code. So you can access this and scroll and look. All of this. These brackets and letters, and this is what goes into creating software. Well, how do you think Earth is written? It's written like this. It's exactly written like this. Everything can be measured in letters, numbers, and symbols. That's just this page. It's all this code, folks. The footer. This is called the footer right here. It's this. See how it highlights it? This is the footer. This is the footer. Footer. And then it has how big it's going to be, where it's going to be, the scope of it. Okay? This is what creates what you see here. If you look at your lawn, if you mow your lawn, it will have code like this behind it. You just can't see the code. You can't see the code, but that's how our reality is written. Our reality is all based on mathematical code. All of it. You and I are based on mathematical code. How old are you? What's your age? How many days have you been on this planet? Numbers. What do you weigh? Numbers. What's your heartbeat? What's your blood pressure? Numbers, numbers, numbers. Letters. What's your AST levels, your ALT levels, your kidney levels? Letters. What's your name? You spell out letters. You're projecting code. Our entire world is based on code. And that's how whatever created this reality created it the same way we're creating websites. Same way. Same way. It's incredible. When you can see this now, when you have the eyes to see it now, you don't forget it. You're like, shit. Yeah, so we are doing our so, but this is our so below. We're in the as above, and this is our so below. This. I'm going to take the information here, and I'm going to jam it into this thing. Well, let's assume that there's something outside of this reality in space. And it says, and they're looking down like we're looking down at the cell phone and like, I'm going to make code in that place called Earth. I'm going to squeeze information in that toroidal field. And just like we create code for websites and www, and this has an operating system, this thing wants to update all the time. Update, 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 update. And eventually, if you don't update, you can't use the software anymore. What do you think Earth does? It updates through its astrological age. We are going into an update. It's called the Aquarian age. That's exactly how our reality works, folks. And they are stories. They are movies playing out. It's not difficult to see this. And when you see it, it's beautiful. Because there's nothing to fear anymore. It's just like you're eternal, man. And what you got for your code is what you got. You don't need to share it with anybody. It's yours. So I hope that inspired you, because I'm really hoping you get this. Because the majority of the world, and this is not to belittle anybody, I'm just how I see it. This is my opinion. Majority of the world, they're not interested in this conversation. They don't care about this information. They want the new phone. They're worried about this person talking shit behind their back. They got their show coming on. Oh, my show's coming on. So if you're here and you're now getting this, I'm telling you, you're way ahead of 99% of the people in the world, because they are not interested in this information. And I want to be clear, it doesn't mean that this has authority over those other people. I'm not saying that. Because this is not superior information. This is just information. It's kind of like the conversation that I had and have had with people, and how they view the world versus how I view the world, and the importance we place on ourselves. And I postulated this. Is there any difference between kicking a dog and kicking a baby? Which one do you think is worse? Just aiming up to kick a dog as hard as you can, or kicking a baby? Which one's worse for you? Well, I would imagine everybody would maybe lean towards the baby, but you probably say they're equally as bad. Okay, let me give you another example. What's worse? Kicking a baby or stepping on an ant? What's worse? Well, you're going to kill the ant. You're going to end the ant's life. The baby, you're going to injure the baby. But which one is worse? And I know, you know what majority of people say? Oh yeah, kicking the baby, of course. You've just now layered life in in the way you see the life and how you see fit through your eyes. You've now said that that's more important than that life. Where if everybody's equal, if everything is equal in this reality, then why is stepping on an ant no big deal, but kicking a baby, that's a big deal? Well, because we've been programmed with these ethics. See, I don't look at it that way. I wouldn't go kick a baby. I would never do that. But do we break a sweat when we step on an ant? And you do it all the time, by the way. We're killing machines. Do we ever cry about that? Do we ever get emotionally involved with realizing, oh my God, I just washed a whole bunch of ants down my sink and killed them, and they're going to drown because they were in my sink? Do you cry over that? Do you get emotionally involved with that situation? I doubt it, because it's not a big deal. Because they're just this big. Who cares? I don't know who they are. No big deal. So now you're implying that their lives don't matter. And that is why, folks, when you study this information and you get into like even vegetarianism and carnivore and veganism, when people like that are heavy into one side or the other, when they come and they give me these stories, I just, whatever, man, because it's like, you're a killing machine and you're such a hypocrite. And aren't we all just hypocrites? Not being authentic human beings. We're killing machines. We're conditioned to say it's this way, it's that way, and this is the right way, and that's the wrong way. That's what we do, and that's what creates the drama in this reality, and the drama feeds the battery, man. You know? Like, if somebody put out a movie, if they put a movie out and nobody watched it and the budget was like $1 million, they just lost $1 million. Someone's got to pay for that. No, how do they make a lot of money? By saying, oh my God, you got to check this movie out. And now they have tons of people marketing it for them for free because the movie's amazing. And now you just made that movie grow. That's what you did. You made the movie grow based upon recommendations and marketing and sharing it. I forgot what my train of thought was on that. Anyways. Oh, yeah, I know it was. It was the energy. The more energy is focused upon a movie, the more money it will make. Simple physics, right? Simple science. The more people that talk about a movie, the bigger it will become. If you tell 50 people, there will be 50 more people that will line up to buy a ticket or rent it or watch it. And when people watch it, their eyes focus on it, they give it energy, they give it energy, they give it energy. And it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows. Just by watching it, it grows. Because your mind gives off frequencies. When you watch it, you're a receiving station and you give a ripple off with your frequency based upon what you're watching. And all those frequencies go out into the world, they collect because of like energy, and now it creates energy, which gets harvested. But that's exactly what's happening with us. Our reality if everybody just sat still and idle and just did Om, and just did nothing, man, there would be a shakeup because people need to create drama for energy production. Just like somebody needs to market the movie to create income for the movie. The income is what pays the people to make the movie. Well, we're the income. We're the food source. You see, I hope you're getting this. I don't even know how we get on that, but anyway, let's switch. I think I'm going to end this. It's like midnight here, and I've been kind of going for a minute, and I want to... Trapped in a box. Are you a Christian? No, I don't go by titles like that. Christianity is being polarized, my friend. Just like everything else. But when you're a Christian, you are polarized. What do I mean by that? Well, if you're a Christian, that means you believe in a devil. And instantly and automatically, you now have the villain and the superhero. See, when you know that the villain and superhero, they're hugging. Like, let me show you this. Not that one. See these pictures right here? This is where it's at. At the end of the show, they're just hugging. You see? Yeah, it's just a big joke. That's the superhero and villain. That's the Jesus and devil character. See, if you don't have temptation, you got no life. But in the back, where no one's looking, they're all just hugging. This is graduating and refining, realizing that these characters, these archetypes, they all have a position on the stage as an actor or actress. So when you're a superhero, or when you're an antagonist or protagonist, you now create polarization. And that's what duality is. That's what the black and white is. It's polarization. This representation represents the positive and negative. It represents the yin yang. It represents God versus the devil. When the true essence is it's all one and the same. And one is necessary for the other one. There would be no place for a church at all unless there was a boogeyman. The church wouldn't even exist. Religions would never exist if there wasn't a bad guy to come get you and take you away with temptation and sin. Now, I'm not saying those things don't exist. They exist for everybody, but there's a reason for it. But at the end of the day, when you eliminate one, you eliminate both. You remove the polarization. This is unconditional love. And when you get to the unconditional love space, you'll realize that the villain is just as valuable as the superhero. And it can't be any other way. Ever. Not in this reality. So that's why there's over 10,000 religions. I mean, what happened to the first one? What's the first religion ever? We'll never find out. But wouldn't you be interested to know what the original gangster religion is? Well, I can tell you right now, it's not Christianity. Now, I'm not saying anything bad about it, right? Like, it's helped a lot of people. A lot of people say, yeah, there's good people. There's good people that are atheists. There's good people in every organization. So, two sides of the same coin. I don't like to follow the polarization. Even when I say like I'm a minimalist, I'm still kind of polarizing because I'm picking a placement. I'm picking a subject. So I don't want to be anything. Nihilism is, I want to be nothing. I don't fit into any category anymore. Because everything in this reality called Earth is polarization. It has to be. Every religion is created by way of polarization. And it can't be any other way. So for me, when I wake up, I love people because I feel like that's the best way to live out life, not because I'm afraid of anything. I'm not polarized by fear and then I'm going to go be a good person. I don't need to drink blood and eat wafers and do cannibalism to have my sins take away because I'm still a sinner. Those are rituals that it's absurd. The things that people do, like religion is a full-time costume party for number one. I don't really understand the rituals. I don't understand why God would send itself down here to save itself from itself. I don't understand those concepts. They don't make any sense at all. I mean, if God is omniscient and omnipresent and perfect, it wouldn't have created an imperfect world. Would you? If you created Earth, would you purposely create it with predators and prey in it? And you're an imperfect human being. Would you create it this way? If your child calls you on the phone and says, hey, Dad, I got into a really bad accident. I broke my leg and I got to go into surgery. Would you just say, I'll see you in a couple days when you come home? Would you do that? No, your ass would be fly into the hospital. We're imperfect human beings and we have that kind of reaction, but we have a perfect creator that doesn't freaking end the suffering. I mean, but you're going to go end it right away. These things don't make any sense to me. And then on top of that, folks, let's get into the freaking 1 Samuel 15 verses 3 and the complete genocide of the city and all the innocent kids and all that stuff. It's barbaric. And people just pass that shit off like, it's no big deal. Yeah, but look at the mercy and look at all that kind of stuff. Yeah, look at it. How about look at it? But would you do that? If God told you to go kill people, would you do it? It's a question I ask people. Back in those days, God says, go kill all those firstborn, go kill all those women, go kill all those people, go kill them. And do a genocide. 1 Samuel 15 verses 3, complete genocide. If God told you to do that, would you do it? Right now, if God told you, go kill those people, would you have the courage to do it? No, you would not do it. Because your ethics and morals tell you that that's not the right thing to do. Why do I need somebody like a Jesus character to come back for that kind of... It doesn't make any sense. I think there's beauty in the Christ story, yes. I do. I see beauty in it. But I see the polarization in it. And Jesus clearly says in Revelation 3 verses 15 to the church, clearly says it, folks. There is no mishap. There's no like, well, the interpretate. No, it's exactly what I'm telling you. Jesus says, I wish you were hot or cold. But because if you're going to be lukewarm, I got no use for you. So Jesus clearly tells the church, if you're with me or against me, you can stay. If you're not, I'm kicking you out. That's polarization. That is the clearest example of polarization. So this is why these stories and the genocide in the Bible, it just makes me, it's just a story, man. I can't wrap my mind around a loving, perfect God sending to kill innocent people. I can't wrap my mind around it. It doesn't make any logical sense. And then the talking snake, and no one's ever talked to a snake before, non-logical stuff. They're allegorical. They don't make any sense. They make zero sense, and we don't use critical thinking. Now we're doing that. We're using logic and critical thinking. Christy 444, so many people would. Yeah, but that's not me. It only takes me. This is my reality, right? This is your reality. Would you do it? That's all that matters is, would each and every one of you here do it? Would you do it if God told you to go kill people? If God told you to go kill a little 5-year-old kid, would you do it? Well, that's what 1 Samuel 15 verses 3 says, that they were ordered to do. And that's what people want to worship? Strike me dead, man, if I'm disrespecting that situation. But that is just like my ethics and morals. No. There's not a scholar in the world that could come and show me any support to etch that away from what it says. No way. It's in your face genocide. Period. There's no, well, maybe, and there's no sugarcoating that story. The walls of Jericho, same thing. There's no sugarcoating those stories. So either they didn't happen and it was just a story, or there are major holes in it and people just dance around and they ignore it. And they just move on to satisfy their programming. It's one or the other. I subscribe to neither. I'm a nihilist, man. Nihilism meaning I don't want any part of any of it. None of it. I don't want to be a part. I like studying it. I think it's awesome to decode it. I'm a code breaker. I know it's all scripted, but I don't want to be a part of it. You know? Do you? Would you want to be a part of that organization? What they did back then? I don't think so. And when people tell me, oh yeah, well, it's Satan that did it. Dude, it's Yahweh in the Old Testament. In 1 Samuel 15 verses 3. There's no way to tiptoe around that. So what you have is a book that sets you up with polarization. And then people say, well, I know in Acts, in the book of Acts, then Jesus came and he said, okay, we're going to do away with that. So maybe he was distancing himself from the Yahweh character. Okay, fine. But now you have polarization. See, it's chaos, 1 Samuel, chaos, and then Jesus order, chaos and order, chaos and order. That's polarization. You're trying to give me a choice when there isn't one. It's like you're offering me door number 1 and door number 2, but when I go through either door, there's already a path that is subject for me to go through. I have no choice in the matter. All right. Anyways, I've been ranting and I'm probably going a little bit too much. So let's just pull a few cards and we're going to get out of here. Thanks everybody for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Okay. So usually when we do these What's Your Questions, I just pull a few tarot cards. We ask what's the most important thing to focus on in life right now. And that's what we're going to do. Now, since tonight is kind of around, the reason why I have the orange couch is because this is kind of dedicated to Zeus. And I'm a fan of the stories. It's a very interesting culture, the Greek culture. I love the Greek culture. I love the whole Olympian Titan, I love all that kind of thing. It's really cool stuff. And I have Zeus in Sagittarius, so I have him. He's in my home. He's in his home spot in my astrological chart. My high school mascot was a tiger, and Zeus is the tiger planet. So I have a lot of maybe biasy here a little bit. But anyway, tonight is kind of wrapped around the Zeus energy here, which is why I made the couch orange, just so you know. Like last week, it was blue. Okay, so we'll keep changing this. So let me pull I'm going to use this deck right here to see what energy we should be looking at for some of you now. Some of you, this may not make any sense. Maybe you'll be like, oh, that doesn't, don't try to force it. This information that I'm going to give you, don't force it. The message may not be for you. So if I tell you right now, and I'm going to pick a card out of here, like watch, we're going to pick a card. What's the card we're going to pick for the zodiac signs or the house? Let's see. See what we get. What is this? Aries. Okay, so this energy is, this message is for Aries. Now, I'm not saying it's Aries sun. I'm saying that for all of you, and this message may not pertain to you now, but for all of you to look at your astrological chart and locate where your Aries is. For instance, this guy has Aries right here. Copeland, right here. Aries is right here. So his Uranus is here. So this message may be pertaining, if this was your chart, it would be like, okay, well, I have Uranus in my 8th house through Aries, and my Aries is occupying the 9th house as well as the 8th house. So this may affect my higher mind because it's affecting the 9th house and a little bit of the 8th house, which is my domination, my power, my secrecy. Okay? Because it's Aries. So this is what we're focusing on. So when you go to your Mastering the Zodiac, you want to look for this color red. And you can see what's beautiful about this is it's color coded. So you see Aries is right here. And then Aries is the reds right here. So then this position is going to impact this position right here. So the Uranus for this guy, for Kenneth Copeland, who I showed you, this church guy, this prosperity pastor, right? He's an interesting dude. Well, his identity is very unconventional, but he's also going to have some tie-ins to right here, which is Poseidon, right? The church, because Poseidon is Pisces, the church, and the moon, emotions. So it will affect this area right here. So that's how we read this. Okay? All right, so now let's get some tarot cards and we're going to wrap this thing up. Okay, so let's see what we got. So most important thing to focus on in life right now, it's dedicated to the Aries energy, card number 1. What do we got? King of Swords, the 64th card in the deck, card 63/64. Maybe the number 64 is relevant to you. 64, this is tied to the word jefe in Spanish, which means chief. This is tied to Yod He Vav He because Yod He Vav He is 64 in English numerology, English being A through Z. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. So this guy right here, the energy of this right here is the perfect judge. Because the King of Swords does not rule with emotion. No emotions. 0 emotions. That is what makes a great judge, by the way. Horrible judges, they rule with emotions. Because the lady's crying, oh my God, he did this to me and he did that to me. And she's put on a big act. And the judge is like having an emotional feeling to this woman. And he sides with the woman and he gets the verdict wrong. So a good judge is not going to buy into emotions. Just give me the material. What do you got for your discovery? Listens to the testimony, knows when somebody's BSing. That's this energy. So now we have an energy right now of no emotions, being authoritative from a non-emotional perspective. Maybe some of you need to make a decision because it's Aries, and Aries is your desire and your drive. Maybe some of you need to make some kind of decision in your life that is non-emotional. But let's find out. Let's go with card number 2. What's the second card, please? Wheel of Fortune. Card number 10. Now this ties to Capricorn. It also ties to Jupiter now because of the precession of the equinox. This sits into, also encroaches into the 9th house of Zeus. Okay, so this, when this card comes out, it can mean fortunate blessings. It could mean spinning the wheel to determine your fate, which is already destined for you anyway. But let's see. I don't have let's get a third and final card because I don't know what that means just yet. But the third and final card, please, is, what is that? Okay, so we have Judgment here. So this card right here just means graduation. Okay, Judgment. My card deck, it'll say graduation, because that's what Judgment means. You graduate. Refinement. I've passed the test. I passed the test and I've graduated. Okay, so we have 20, 10, and we have 30, 64, 94. Okay, so we have some Lucifer energy here as well. Plutonium energy here, explosion energy right here. But we have Judgment, we have refinement, we have Judgment, and we have the Wheel of Fortune. And some of you may be going to court. Some of you may be going to court in front of a judge. And I'm going to tell you right now, if that is going to pertain to any of you, you make sure you're on your best behavior. We're talking Aries, so you want to look to your house of Aries. If you got Mars in Aries, you're probably a hothead. You may have an issue with your temper. You gotta work with that. That's just what your code got. But this, for some of you, you could be going to court and it will affect your identity. Some of you, it will affect your money. But there's judgment here. So we have the judge and we have judgment. And there's the Wheel of Fortune in the middle. So this could impact your finances either positively or negatively by a verdict being, if this is court for any of you, child custody. It could impact your finances. Now, I don't read reverse cards, but this can have a reverse meaning that you will have a less of fortune. The King of Swords is the judge, man. Ruling from non-emotions. You may need to make a decision. Don't do it on an emotional decision. If you have a big decision to make, especially if you have your emotional center defined in human design, that is a classic position of, let me think about it. If your emotions are defined in human design and you have a big decision to make, you may want to start getting in the habit of saying, let me think about it. Can I think about that overnight? If it's something that will infect your life, either positively or negatively, you may want to think about it. So the King of Swords is authoritative, non-emotional. The Judgment is graduation or refinement or a new chapter. And the Wheel of Fortune is exactly that. It's a 10 versus the 20. So some of you could have your finances being increased by some kind of judgment, by getting a judgment, by having a verdict come your way. For others, it will go the opposite way. And some of you, it will affect your identity, the Aries energy here. Some of you, it may come through quick. You got to keep your emotions in check, though. That's the big thing I see here is don't get hot-headed. Remember, man, you're in a movie. And you own nothing. You're renting shit. So if something in court gets taken from you, it wasn't yours to begin with. Deal with it. Know that you're a creator and you'll just go replace it. Because you have the ability to do that. People, when they have a loss, when something gets stolen from them, they get angry, typically. But how about if we flip that where I'll just go replace it? Because it's not mine to begin with. So I do see judgment here for some of you in the sense of court. I'm kind of getting that. It could be divorce court. It could be just, it could be family court. Could be a business transaction that you have to go to court for. You could be making a business transaction. This King of Swords is suggesting that you do not use your emotions with this. You got to be non-emotional with this business transaction. Maybe get a second opinion. Maybe bring somebody in that is not attached to the outcome to give you a good sense of direction. But there is graduation here for some of you. Whether you start over fresh, a brand new chapter. We don't really know what that looks like. We just like, oh, I'm ready to start something new. But the King of Swords is no nonsense king. It sits in the Saturn crowd line. So Saturn doesn't run with emotions. It's time. It represents time. Time has no emotions, as you can tell. Time doesn't care if you're late, doesn't care if you're early. It just gives you the verdict. If you're late, you get a penalty. If you're early, you get a reward. That's time. But time doesn't care if you're either late or early, you see. So the overall theme here is I see some kind of big change, big graduation for some of you. Your finances are going to increase. It may make your identity, you may get a little flashy. Maybe you'll buy a new wardrobe. Maybe you're going to increase your identity. The Aries is your identity, your personality, your persona. So there could be a judgment coming your way. But again, the Wheel of Fortune could have came out flipped upside down, so I'm not saying that it's going to go in your favor. But remember, if it doesn't, you have no expectations. You know what happens when you have no expectations? There's no loss. This is the King of Swords doesn't care about, it's not going to get emotionally involved with the outcome. It's just going to give the outcome. So you want to look to your house of Aries and see where that's at. Maybe there's a placement there for you that's going to influence this scenario that I see here. Some of you, again, you could be going to court. You could be getting served papers. On another side, you could be getting into a business transaction that will help you get into a better position in life. And then there's the flip side. Some of you may lose something business-wise based upon karmic aspects that play out in life. Like karma, it's a paradox. It doesn't exist, but it does exist. How does it operate in a predestined world? Well, if we never get out of this game and we just reincarnate, the things that you did in the past life, there's consequences that are going to happen in this life. That would be called karma. Just your fate and destiny. You can't change that. So I do see here for some of you, there could be a graduation. There could be a refinement. There could be finances that will increase. You maybe get a new job. You could even say get a new house, a new car. But for some of you, it could involve court. That may involve money, transfers of money, transfer of power, which is going to affect your identity. That's why Aries is here. So you're either going to let it affect your identity or you're going to be neutral to it. And that takes practice. Just remember, folks, I mean, that's really what I got for you. But I want you to remember that everything is temporary, man. Nothing's permanent. So the situation that you're in is temporary. So if you're in a shitty situation, it's not permanent. You know what I'm saying? All right, hold on a second. Why this thing's asking me to check. Weird. Okay. So I think that's about it, folks. I think I've kind of given you everything you need here. Again, don't force it. This may not have no bearing in your life at all. Don't try to force it. For some of you, it may be exactly just for you. Like this reading was just for you. But these add up to 94, which yeah, there could be. This adds up to plutonium, which is the Tower card. This could be a very, very pivotal moment in your life. A big boom. Some of you, a big shitstorm. But I want to tell you that remember that if the shitstorm comes, it's not permanent. You have to tell yourself that it will pass. Because there is the plutonium, these reduced down to the Tower card, these three. So there is the possibility of, and the Tower card doesn't mean doom or gloom. It could mean an explosion of, like a big bang of sorts, of putting you in a different zone in life. But on the disastrous side, for some of you, maybe you could be facing a change in your life that will affect your identity based on a judgment coming your way. All right, that's what I got for you. So let's pick a song and get the hell out of here. I don't know what I want to play. Yeah, we're just going to play this right here. This is the instrumental version. Everybody Wants to Rule the World by Tears for Fears. It's just the instrumental version, so I'll allow each and every one of you to chat amongst yourselves. Thanks, everybody, for joining out. Big shout out to Pamela Swan, version number 5. 5 always shows up for me here. So make sure you send some love her way. And I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Really, it's an honor and pleasure. We had a lot of fun tonight on this What's Your Question number 103. And I'm grateful for your participation. Get over to the Patreon if you can. I have over 120 videos now. You're not going to find over 75 hours of content if you become a member that you'll get access to. The big decodes are over there. So if you wanted all those heavy hitters, that's where they're at. And we got the course coming out, Spotlight, so that's going to be exciting. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap, man. What's Your Question 103? Appreciate each and one of you for being here. Until next time, we will see you later.